Third, playing first base, number 15, Austin Kranek. Batting next, number 1, Kyle Lacey, playing center field. And then their third baseman, number 21, Chase Rader.
And a pleasant good evening to everybody. Welcome to El Dorado Bronco Baseball. The Broncos back home after a week-long road trip that took them to Dodge City and to Hayesville. Tonight, the Broncos in a make-up doubleheader with the Wellington Heat. Good evening, everyone. Kurt Caden, glad to have you tuned in. Joining a little bit late here. We were waiting on the umpire crew to get here, but they are now here, so just starting a couple minutes behind schedule. But we will have baseball for you here tonight. We will also be visiting with pitching coach Zach Beery in the bottom half of the first inning, which should be fun as well. Starting lineups tonight, the batting order for Wellington, they will have Ben Mouseth at shortstop, batting first. Christian Leal at second base, bats second. Austin Kranek is at first base, and he will bat third. Kyle Lacey is the center fielder. He bats fourth. Chase Rader plays third base and bats fifth. Cody Denbest will bat sixth, and he's in left field. Matt Heck is a designated hitter. He's hitting seventh. Dalton Bernardi's in right field, batting eighth. And Troy Owen is the catcher, batting ninth. Taylor Bridges will pitch tonight for Wellington. Out in the field for the El Dorado Broncos, Clayton Dalrymple will be in right field, Wade Hanna in center field, and Tyler Sutherland in left field. Around the infield, Tony Colsing's at third base, Grant Ware at shortstop. The second baseman is Kyle Kasser, and at first base tonight is Matt Holcomb. Pitching tonight, Chris McKeon, and the catcher for the Broncos tonight is Josh Galvin. And we'll give you the batting order when we get up in the bottom half of the first inning. So we will have a short timeout and be back with the first pitch. Wellington and El Dorado, 2 7-inning games coming your way here on YouTube. So the Broncos getting ready to take the field as they are glad to get back home. Kind of an interesting road trip for the Broncos. They took 3 out of 4 at Dodge City, really hitting the ball all over the place, and went to Hayesville for the weekend and got swept by the Aviators. And that's the only time we'll see Hayesville this year. So we look at the standings in the Jayhawks Summer League Baseball, the Jayhawks Summer Baseball League, and Liberal right now leading the North Division, 3.5 games ahead of El Dorado. The BJs are 15-6. El Dorado 10-8 in league play. Hayes is just on the heels of the Broncos at 11-10, and Dodge City is 10-11. On the south side of the division, Wellington currently leading the Jayhawks South Division with an 11-7 record. Hayesville nipping on their heels, just a half game behind at 12-9. That three-game sweep for Hayesville was huge for them and against El Dorado, obviously. Derby at 8-13, 4.5 back, and Bethany, Oklahoma's at 4-17. They are 8.5 games behind the Heat. It'll be a little while before we see Bethany. They will be here for a three-game series a little bit down the road. Again, Zach Beery is going to join us after the top half of the first inning to talk about the El Dorado pitching staff. They're going with a couple of relievers to start tonight. They're getting a little thin on their starters. Injuries and innings are taking their toll on the Broncos, so Chris McKeon, who we've seen out of the bullpen a bunch this year, gets the start, and Colt Weiner will get the start in Game 2, and he is generally coming out of the bullpen.
All right, Broncos fans, leading off the first inning for the Wellington Heat, number 8, Ben Massett.
Freddy's Frozen Custard is sponsoring tonight's game. Free ice cream when you come to the yard. That's never a bad thing. So we're ready for the first pitch, just a little behind schedule, about 9 minutes behind schedule, and the first batter is Brian Mouseth, and he'll look at strike one. So a good start here for Chris McKeon. And the 0-1 pitch from the righty is slapped down the right field line, plenty of distance, but well foul as it lands in the Wellington Heat bullpen. So an 0-2 count here on Ben Mouseth, starting shortstop. Josh Galvin behind the plate, and here's the 0-2 pitch. John, the outside corner, and strikeout looking, and an excellent start for Chris McKeon. So Christian Leal comes up, second baseman for the Heat. First pitch inside, ball one. The 1-0 pitch just off the plate, 2 balls and no strikes. I take him. Mossa, okay. Liao. Gotcha. Christian? So Ben Mosseth is how we pronounce the first one, and Christian Liao is how you do the second name. Always fun to get, nothing wrong with getting some updates on how it is pronounced names. Here's a harmless ground ball down to Holcomb. He'll take it himself for the second out. We should have kept her up here for this third name. Austin Krajnak, we'll go with Krajnak. So I'm sure between Bill and I, we've probably butchered it both ways. And if we're wrong, we'll generally find out about it. That's the beauty of doing PA and radio. You never get told what, hey, no one ever says, wow, you pronounced that name perfect. That was right. But they will tell you when you pronounce it wrong, which is okay. First pitch to Krajnak is in there for a strike. The second one lifted out to left center field. Giving chase is Hannah and Sutherland. Diving effort. No, didn't come up with it. It's against the wall, and it'll be a 2-out double for Krajnak. Great effort out in center field by Wade Hannah. But he just couldn't get there. So a double with 2 away will bring up Kyle Lacey. Now, see, no one will come up to Bill and I and say, hey, Kyle Lacey, you said that name exactly right. They'll never do that. Good to have Gary up in the box today along with Gina. We're missing Dale, though. No Dale. Board meeting. He is doing important work, I know. So 2 away here in the top of the first, and first pitch swinging is Lacey straight up in the infield. Taking charge is Ware. He'll squeeze it, and that's the 3rd out. So a pretty good start here for Chris McKeon. No runs, no hits, an error, and one left. We go to the bottom of the first inning. Wellington 0, El Dorado coming up. Let's give you the batting order tonight for the Broncos. They'll lead off with Clayton Dalrymple. He will bat first. Wade Hanna bats second. Josh Galvin third. Matt Holcomb will be in the fourth spot. Elijah Christensen batting fifth. Tyler Sutherland sixth. Tony Colsing seventh. Grant Ware bats eighth. And Kyle Kasser bats ninth. Out in the field for Wellington in the outfield, they've got Lacey in center field, DeBest in left field, and Bernardi in right. Chase Rader plays third. Ben Mosseth at short. Leal's at second base, and Cronick is at first base. The catcher tonight, Troy Owen, and pitching for the Heat, Taylor Bridges. As promised, Zach Beery, the pitching coach for the Broncos, has made his way up from the dugout. And Zach, nice to finally get to meet you and Coach Gerwick tonight. Beautiful night for doubleheader, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Going to make sure we're still on. There we are. 7-game road trip for your guys. The hitters really came through at Dodge City outside of that first game, really hitting the ball. Your pitching stood up nicely, took 3 out of 4 there. Tough weekend at Hayesville where you got swept. Talk about the last 7 games, I guess, as a whole, as far as you're concerned with your pitching staff.
Yeah, it was hard being away from our home yard. It's a beautiful field here in El Dorado. So the 7-game road trip was a long one for us, especially going all the way out to Dodge. They did get us on game 1, but we were able to come back for the 3 games and take the series 3-1. Our pitching staff did a pretty good job. Even in game 1, I think we only allowed 4 hits in that game, somewhere around there. So overall, our starting pitching has done a really good job over this summer. I really don't have any complaints. It's just kind of being efficient coming out of the bullpen and really throwing strikes and having that mentality is what we really need to have with our bullpen arms. And the 7 games just kind of wore on us towards the end there in Hayesville, and a little bit different yard. It's a big ballpark. It's 350 down the line, 415, 420 to center. So, I mean, the ball doesn't really carry there. Grass is slow. So, it plays a factor for sure and kind of gets on our head a little bit. But overall, it just kind of wore us down with those 7 games there.
Clayton Dalrymple batting. We're going to keep talking to Zach while Clayton is batting with a 2-ball-1 strike count from Bridges, and a check swing and did not go 3-1. Before we talk about tonight's game, I want to go back to the Liberals series. Boy, your starting pitching was just fantastic. Hicks, Keller, Morales.
Yep.
You won 2 out of 4. Could have had them all, but both teams starting pitching in that 4-game series was dynamic, and it'll be exciting when you guys go out to Liberal.
Yeah, it was a really fun series to play those guys, and they're at the top of our division right now. And losing that series to Hayesville was pretty big for us in the standings, but we're still holding second place. We look forward to playing them coming up in the next week or so.
Here's the 3-2 pitch to Dalrymple, leading off the bottom of the first, inside corner, strike 3, and Clayton is rung up. Wade Hanna coming up next. So tonight, I look at the roster that the lineup that Gary gives me and find Chris McKeon starting tonight. I've only seen him coming out of the pen, at least at home, and I heard Colt Weiner starting game 2. Where are you at right now with your pitching staff? Obviously, these games are league games, so it's not like you're taking them lightly.
Right, we're definitely not taking them lightly, but these are obviously makeup games, so we were supposed to play them 3 times earlier this summer and trying to squeeze some games in here as of late before we get on our big road trip or our 11-game set that we have coming up in the next 2 weeks. So we're just kind of giving guys opportunities. Our starting 5 are going to get going here with Hayesville starting on Thursday, and we'll be back on pace with that. Give these guys a couple days off here in the next couple days. But Chris has done a really good job for us. He's done a really good job for us out of the bullpen, and just felt like he needed another opportunity. Colt was kind of a spot starter guy at Butler, and he can definitely do it. So we're looking for another quality outing out of him as well in game 2.
With, you come into the summer league, how hard is it to get to know these guys, try to figure out their roles? You kind of got to do that in pretty quick fashion, and I'm sure by now you've kind of got a little rhythm going.
Yeah, we do have a little bit of rhythm going, and honestly, it was there was a really good bond just within the first couple of days of these guys, really coming together and everybody playing for each other. So it was really good having that at the beginning. I know a lot of times that it's hard to kind of come by that camaraderie and the togetherness of a team, but these guys really do play for each other, and it's really fun to see. When we start grinding out games and the games on the line, I have utmost confidence in our hitting and our pitching staff to really put the nail in it and succeed at the end. Your other job, you're the pitching coach at Friends University. I haven't noticed any Friends Falcons in the summer league. Do you encourage that, or is it really up to the players when it comes to summer league baseball? We give a little bit of idea for players. If they're looking or don't really have an idea, we'll try and guide them to specific leagues that we feel like they can be successful, get the most at-bats or most playing time, the most innings, what they need. But actually on this Heat roster, they do have a couple fighting Falcons, but for El Dorado, we don't have any, no.
And as Hannah struck out swinging Josh Galvin up there, it's kind of fun I'm a KCAC guy from Southwestern. I like seeing some of the guys from KCAC schools playing in the Jayhawk League. It's kind of fun to see. I imagine it's kind of fun for you as well.
Yeah, it is definitely fun. And, the KCAC is a very competitive league and getting more and more competitive as years go on and adding a couple more teams this next spring. So it's definitely competitive and it's definitely good baseball. So fun to watch any way you go about it.
This weekend, Hayes comes in, big 4-game series, 4th of July, lots of excitement. I believe it's family weekend as well. What do you expect to see from your starting staff? Will you get back kind of in order again with your 1, 2, 3, 4? We will definitely get back in order.
Keller will go game 1, Hicks will go game 2, Morales game 3, and Johnson will go game 4. We've had kind of our 4 and 5 guys be a little mixed up with Drew Johnson from Neosho and Tanner Hart from Southeastern Community College. But they have done a pretty good job. Those are our 5 guys right there. And we will definitely get back on track with this Hayes series and look forward for a lot of the same. A lot of consistency, effectiveness in the zone, and, giving us quality 6, 7 innings.
I know you're doing stuff with Chris as we go to the bottom or go to the second inning as Galvin grounds out. One last question for you. I love that this Broncos squad has 3 catchers on it: Noah Lee, Josh Galvin, Cameron Knight. Any preference does a pitcher have a preference with the catcher, or is it too short of a season really to worry about who's really good with one another?
It is a short season, but we do play a lot of games, and the catchers do a good job of getting on page with a lot of the different arms that we have. We have a lot of right-handed arms on our staff. We only have 2 lefties, and they're both, essentially bullpen guys, and Josh Witherspoon and Colt Weiner. But preference-wise, I think everybody is pretty comfortable. All 3 catchers do a really good job with our pitchers, calling pitches, and I don't call any pitches. They take care of every game, and we really have started to come into a nice groove and understanding on both parts, pitchers and catchers.
Got to talk to Noah Lee up here. I thought, 3 catchers, maybe a guy wouldn't like that because he's not going to get as much playing time. He said it's great because with the hot summers and whatnot, it doesn't take as much of a toll on each person individually.
Right. Yeah, that's correct. And, they can really work on what they need to work on, from previous games or whatever with the time that they do have off. And it's not like they have a lot of time off anyways. We play 1 9-inning game at 7:00 every night, and so they get 2 games rest and they're right back at it, and just like last week, Cameron Knight caught 3 games in 1 week. So, they're going to get their repetitions, and this is Galvin's 3rd game and, a week plus. So, it's really good for them, and they're doing a really good job and hanging in there for us this summer.
Appreciate the time. Hopefully we can keep getting you up here because it's fun to hear about your staff and whatnot. Hitters do their thing, but it's fun to hear the pitching. Pitching wins games, right? Pitching wins championships.
Yep, pitching and defense, but, our hitting has definitely come through a lot for us this summer. But it's a good summer, and we're at the halfway point, and I expect a lot of good things here towards the end.
All right. Thanks a lot, Zach.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Zach Beery joining us, the pitching coach for the El Dorado Broncos, as he's going to hustle back down and and track the pitches of Chris McKeon here tonight. Both pitchers off to an excellent start. And the first pitch to the first batter, Chase Rader, here in the second inning is looped out to right field and caught by Clayton Dalrymple. So we're just cruising right along here. Haven't been able to talk about much else. Batters coming up and down, and it's a good rhythm by both squads. Wellington and El Dorado. You might remember last year, these teams seemed to play about every other night. But now with the addition of Hayesville and Bethany, both those new teams into the league were put into the South Division. El Dorado was put to the North Division, which really could be called the West Division, with Hayes, Liberal, and Dodge City. And so you're playing home and home with everyone in your division, and you play 2 3-game home series with one with the teams from the South and 2 road 3-game series. So we won't go to Wellington this season, which is interesting. Just in the past year, I mean, last year, my first year here, it seemed like it was El Dorado Derby and El Dorado Wellington about every other night. But the location, it makes sense, very close proximity. But not the case this year. And here's ball hit by Denbest out into right field. That will drop into under the warning track, and it'll be a double for Cody Denbest. And we do hope, I hope I'm saying that name right, D-E-N and then B-E-S-T-E, Denbest. Matt Heck now comes up, the designated hitter, with one away here in the top half of the second inning. Always nice generally. You get a lot of folks from Wellington to watch and listen to our broadcast. Invite your emails. Our email address is cadenbroadcasting@gmail.com, C-A-D-E-N, cadenbroadcasting@gmail.com. Line drive through the hole on the left side. Having to hold up was Denbest. He had to wait and see if Colsing was going to grab that or not, so it's a clean single for Heck. And runners at the corners for the Heat with Dalton Bernardi coming up. So Bernardi, RBI situation for him. One away in the top of the second inning, no score. And the pitch from McKeon, and off speed and way out in front was Bernardi. Troy Owen will be next. Right-handed batter is Bernardi. Modest lead off first base for Heck. McKeon holds for a while, now comes home and in the dirt, and Galvin with a nice scoop for the Broncos. 2 7-inning games tonight. Those of you watching on YouTube, we won't change links. We'll just we'll keep it connected throughout. So it'll be 2 games on 1 link here for tonight. And of course, all these games are archived soon after the last out is made, as that curveball drops in for strike 2. McKeon would love a strikeout or try to roll him up on the middle infield. The Bronco defense playing back. They're looking for a double play. They'll take it out and give up a run if they have to. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Bernardi. McKeon delivers and off of into the turf, and it gets past Galvin, and that will be a freebie for the Heat as Denbest comes across. So trying to get him on the curveball, it hitting the turf and ricocheted off of the shin guard of Galvin. So that hurts the Broncos. It takes a double play out of order. The Heat score a run, and down to second base is Matt Heck. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and that's on the corner for strike 3. Bernardi did not like the call. That's the second out of the inning. 1-0 Wellington. Troy Owen, the catcher, coming up. Troy Owen, well, Zach Beery was just up here. Troy Owen is a Friends Falcon. Tall right-handed batter. Off a second is Heck, holding him close as Kasser. And the pitch from McKeon is in the turf, and Galvin able to keep that in front. Ball 1. The Heat will have Holcomb, Christensen, and Sutherland when they come up. Zach Beery and I talking a lot through the bottom of the first inning. Dalrymple struck out looking, Hanna struck out swinging, and Galvin grounded out to second base. The 1-0 pitch to Troy Owen. from Chris McKeon on the way and lifted foul and out of play. Another great night here at the yard. It's been interesting. I mean, there's no threat of rain, I don't believe, but it's just kind of a hazy, kind of a light layer of clouds right up above. Might be, I saw something that the jet stream was pushing smoke down from like Canada, down all the way into Kansas. It kind of has that look, like maybe there's just been just a hazy looking evening here for Broncos and Heat. 2 balls and a strike coming up here to Troy Owen. He is the number 9 batter, so Ben Mosseth will be up next if Owen can reach. 2 away in the top half of the second inning, 1-0 Wellington. And the pitch from McKeon just inside, ball 3. So Owen can look for his location here on a 3-1 pitch with 2 away. McKeon's got his sign from Galvin, and he comes home with it. That's high and ball 4. So the first walk of the night for Chris McKeon, and Ben Mosseth will come up. Shortstop is Mosseth from Grand Canyon University. Switch hitter. He throws right-handed, swings both sides. Struck out looking to start the game. 2 on, 2 out, top of the second inning. And the pitch from McKeon is lifted out to right field. Clayton Dalrymple giving chase. So is Hannah. Hannah calls him off and makes the catch in right center field. Mosseth put a pretty good charge into it, but it's caught by Hannah, and that will retire the Heat. They do score 1 off of 2 hits. No errors, 2 left. We head to the bottom of the second inning. Wellington 1, El Dorado 0. So Taylor Bridges comes out to the bottom of the second inning. Bridges cruised through the first inning. 1, 2, 3. Bridges is out of Wayland Baptist University. Lefty for the Heat. The Heat dressed in their maroon unis with yellow numerals, gray pants. The Broncos tonight are sporting their camouflage jerseys. They played pretty well in those jerseys last time they were here against the Liberal BJs. It's been a pretty good start. Dorado coming in with a record of 10-8. They started the season in league play with a 7-game road trip. They took 3 out of 4 at Hayes, and then they took 2 out of 3 at Derby. The 3 games with Wellington for that June 12th through the 14th weekend series all were rained out. Then they split with Liberal 2-2 here at home, then went to Dodge City and won 3 out of 4 there. But then just kind of the big hiccup on the schedule is losing all 3 at Hayesville, is slapping one down the right field line. Holcomb off the wall, but it is foul and strike 1. So after Hayesville this past weekend, Wellington tonight for a doubleheader, and then we're back on the air Thursday night. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, the Hayes Larks will be in town. All games at 7 o'clock, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Then huge series for the Broncos. They go to Liberal July 6th through the 9th. And they'll close out the season with a nice 7-game homestand with Bethany here for 3 and then Dodge City here for 4. So pretty home heavy here in the, once we get to, well, we're about in July as it is, aren't we? Only that 1 4-game road trip out to Liberal for the Broncos. No balls and 2 strikes here to Matt Holcomb. Setting up way outside is Owen, and Bridges hits his spot beautifully, and it's off the plate for ball 1. Matt Holcomb out of Howard Junior College, and he'll look at ball 2, just nearly glanced off his knees. Holcomb, 6'3", 215. He calls Flower Mound, Texas home. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bridges to Holcomb. The lefty winds and deals. And the curveball laced into center field for a base hit. Matt Holcomb, the first hit of the night for El Dorado. So here comes Elijah Christensen. Elijah Christensen against left-handed pitching this year. All he's doing is hitting .474 with 2 home runs and 2 doubles and 7 RBI. Overall on the season, Christensen hitting .356. He has gone deep a total of 6 times this season. And the pitch from Bridges. Christensen had a notion, held up, and it's ball 1. Nice to have many of you tuning in and watching tonight's broadcast. Love to hear from you. Who are you cheering for? What players are you watching in particular? CadenBroadcasting@gmail.com. We can read your emails right here on the air. Holcomb with a good lead off of first, and Bridges will look him up. Christensen and Tyler Sutherland will follow Elijah here in the bottom half of the second inning. Wellington 1, El Dorado 0. The Heat with a single run in the top half of this inning. Another good lead for Holcomb. Bridges comes home high and in, ball 2. So Elijah Christensen's worked the count into his favor. Love to see all the fans coming in, bringing in their, grabbing their free ice cream, or free custard, I should say. Free custard, not ice cream, free custard. It was really good. I had to, with the umpires being a little bit late, I was able to help myself to some as well. That might have been dinner tonight. Christensen calls time just as Bridges was about ready to come home. Holcomb off of first base. 2 balls and no strikes to Elijah Christensen. And he did go. The ball got past Owen, and Holcomb will take the base. So strike 1. Elijah didn't mean to. He tried to hold up. So pass ball against Troy Owen. Big old Elijah checked that swing. He was that bat was just across the plate. He was trying to bring it back. So 2 balls and a strike to Christensen. Down at second base, Matt Holcomb. 2 very good teams in the Jayhawk playing in a doubleheader here tonight. Bridges, a long look to second, and now comes home. And it's high, ball 3. Now, these teams do have another game to make up. Now, if it comes down to late in the season and it doesn't really matter, they will not make it up. But if it does have some implications, they will play it maybe sometime around July 18th, 19th, 20th, somewhere, mid to late July before the NBC begins. So 3 balls and a strike here to Christensen, young man from Tarleton State University. And the pitch in there and a swing and a miss. A mighty whiff at that one, may have foul tipped it. So 3 balls and 2 strikes here to Christensen. Generally, we have wind blowing across the field from right to left field, but tonight the flagstick is totally limp. It is just just no breeze here tonight. Game time temperature was right about 90 degrees. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Good lead for Holcomb, and the pitch. Christensen laces one to left field, and that is just foul. It didn't get out. It short hopped the fence, and it just inches foul. Top hand turned over a little too much there for Elijah. So my from Migdalia Galvin, the first emailer tonight, and now Bill didn't have to say your name, but Migdalia says I pronounced it perfectly. So I'm glad to hear that. Your son Josh was batted third and grounded out to second, but I'm sure he's got more hits in him here tonight. Here's Christensen fouling one away. It remains 3 balls and 2 strikes. Love hearing from the Galvins. They like to drop me an email each night, which is always nice to see. Always nice to hear from the folks listening out there, whether you're a Heat fan or a Bronco fan. So it remains 3 balls and 2 strikes, none out here in the bottom of the second inning. A 1-0 Wellington lead. Matt Holcomb stands down at second base. Good battle here with Christensen and Bridges. And Bridges winds and deals, and another foul ball. Chad Gerwick had a notion of grabbing that one, and I think wisely he pulled back. That one had a lot of steam on it. That's one of those where it seems like a good idea to just grab it, and then you realize for the next 3 days that your hand hurts. So Chad will just let one of the younger guys go run down that foul ball. A wise decision by the skipper for the Broncos. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Holcomb leading off second. Bridges is, last time we were here, the Liberal BJs, their pitching staff, I'll tell you what, they were in speed mode. They had rhythm. They wanted to go and go and go. Bridges, with a man on, has been very deliberate, very just holding that ball, then glancing back at second, then still holding, and then finally coming home. And Christensen lifts one to second base, and it'll be caught. So good battle there, but won by Bridges. So 1 away, and here comes Tyler Sutherland. Tyler Sutherland, 6'4", 200-pounder, left-handed bat. He's from Arkansas City. And he goes to Neosho County Community College, and he's up there with 1 away. Sutherland, lefty on lefty this year. He's batting .400. Here's the pitch from Bridges, a little quicker this time, and it's ball 1. For the season, Sutherland, .327. Couple of doubles and 1 long ball for Tyler. 1 ball and no strikes. Lefty on lefty, and the pitch, curveball right down the middle for strike 1. Neither team scoring in the first inning. Wellington on a wild pitch scored their lone run in the top of the second. Matt Holcomb led off this bottom of the second inning with a single, took second on a pass ball, and remains there with 1 away. And again, Bronco batter having to call time. 3rd or 4th time we've seen that already here tonight. Bridges working on his terms here tonight. 1 ball and 1 strike. Holcomb again, a good lead off of second base, and Bridges comes home. The pitch, Sutherland slaps it to left field, and it is a fair ball, missed out there in left field. Good effort by Den Best, but Holcomb will come in and score easily. That was very close. Referee called it, or the umpire, I should say, called it a fair ball, so it's a double for Sutherland. And an RBI, and we are tied. Good effort out there by left fielder Cody Den Best. But we are now tied at 1 apiece, and Tony Colsing comes up. Tony from Chaska, Minnesota. I need to go back. I got an email from the Colsings as our last broadcast ended. There's a pitch on the inside corner, strike 1. And I got a lot of good tidbits about Chaska, Minnesota. No balls and a strike. Maybe we'll do that in Tony's next at bat. Down at second base is Sutherland. And Bridges didn't like the big lead. No one really holding, so Bridges will step off. 1-1 here in the bottom of the second inning. Bridges comes home, curveball, Colsing down to third base. They've got Sutherland hung up, and now Sutherland in a rundown to his way to third. Avoids the tag. No. Chad Gerwick said there was no tag, but the umpire immediately calling the out. Chad Gerwick is not liking that. Sutherland, you know, Chad Gerwick had a great look at it there. And so I don't think Chad's going to change his mind, but he's getting his 2 cents in here. So Sutherland is retired 5-4. Did it go back to the third baseman or 6? It might have been 5-4-6. Sutherland stayed in the rundown long enough to allow Colsing to get down to second base. Watching Chad manage the last 2 years, I haven't really seen him get too worked up. That's about as animated as I've seen Chad get, so makes you wonder. He had a pretty good look at it. And first pitch swinging is Grant Ware, and it's skied a mile in the air. The second baseman, Leal, will gather it, and that will end the second inning. So the Broncos score 1 to tie it up. We head to the third inning. It's Broncos 1 and Heat 1. Back in a moment here on YouTube. And welcome back here to El Dorado. And for some of you, if you're watching and listening for the first time, every now and then we tend to maybe have an internet outage for just a moment. If that happens, your screen will turn black, but we usually get it back up and running within about 30 seconds to 60 seconds. So don't panic if that happens. I'm checking about every batter, almost every pitch to make sure it's still on there. But, you know, when you're dependent on the internet, you know how it goes sometimes. It'll sometimes go in and out. So far, so good. Leading off the second inning, or the third inning, I should say, for Wellington, Christian Leal, the second baseman. Grounded out to Matt Holcomb his first time out. And he fouls this one off for strike one. He's got 1 ball and 1 strike on him. Doubleheader again tonight, so these are 2 7-inning games. And again, in between games, you can kind of watch what's going on. We can't let you listen to everything by restrictions from YouTube, but you can at least watch what's going on. And then we'll have the play-by-play for game 2. The 1-1 pitch up high, and Chris McKeon would like a new ball, so we'll get it. 2 balls and a strike. McKeon from Howard Junior College, 6'1", 180. Hails from Denton, Texas. He'll be a junior next fall. Here's one across the letters. Could have been called strike 2. Instead, it's ball 3. So 3 balls and a strike. 3 balls and 1 strikes to Leal, and the pitch, and he rips one to right field. Dalrymple with a beat on it, and Clayton Dalrymple a sliding catch for the first out of the Well, almost on cue, as I warned you about possible outages. We just had one just for a moment there. So I know the Wares like to watch and listen. Apologize for that because Chronic grounded out to Grant at shortstop for the second out of the inning. So 2-away here in the top of the third. And Kyle Lacey up there. Lacey popped out to Ware to end the first inning. 1-1 our score, top half of the third. Chris McKeon takes a deep breath. 1 ball, 1 strike count, and the pitch, swing and a miss, strike 2. May have tipped that one and went off of Galvin. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Kyle Lacey. And the pitch hit out to second base. Nice hop out to Kasser. He gathers and fires over to Holcomb. Good hustle down the line by Lacey, but he's retired 4-3. So 3 up and 3 down for the Heat in the top of the third. We head to the bottom half of the third inning. Broncos and Heat tied at 1. More in a moment here from El Dorado. And welcome back here to El Dorado. Kurt Caden with the call. Each and every home Bronco game right here on YouTube. Easy to find. Just go to youtube.com, search Kurt Caden. And you can either subscribe to the channel for free or just come back each day and look for the link. I'll have Thursday's link up probably sometime tomorrow. Kyle Kasser leads off the third inning for the Broncos. He is the second baseman out of the University of Oregon. And there's one in there for strike 1. 1 ball and 1 strike to Kyle Kasser. Kasser made his debut in that Liberal BJ series. And the pitch from Bridges and lined up the middle for a base hit. So for the second inning in a row, a leadoff single sharply to center field by a Bronco. Last inning it was Holcomb. He eventually came around and scored. This time it's Kasser. So here comes Clayton Dalrymple leading the ball club in hitting. He's batting .417. He and Wade Hanna both hitting .417 coming in. And Clayton, first pitch swinging over to short for 1 to first. And they ring him up, a double play, a 6-4-3 double play. Close play at first base. Not something you see all the time is Clayton Dalrymple hitting into double plays, but that was sharply hit, but right at the shortstop, Mosseth, who flipped over to Leal for 1, and he fired over to Chronic for the double play. So just like that, 2 away here in the third. And Wade Hanna comes up, a strikeout victim in his first at bat. And Hanna looks at the curveball for strike 1. Broncos have to be encouraged. They're putting some pretty good lumber on the baseball here in the first 2 2/3 innings, even though we're tied at 1 apiece. Josh Galvin with Mom McDalia watching in, and you can probably see Josh, maybe just a little bit of him there down in the lower, left-hand corner of your screen as he warms up with his shin guards on. No balls and 2 strikes to Hannah. Waits on the curveball, slowly hit out to short. Mouseth has it, fires over to first to retire Hannah and the Broncos in the third. 3 up, 3 down. A leadoff single, a double play, and a ground out. We head to the 4th inning. Wellington and El Dorado tied at 1. Back in a moment here on YouTube. And welcome back here. We head to the top half of the 4th inning. Wellington and El Dorado tied at 1 apiece. You know, we got a little bit of a late start, but moving right along here. The pitchers, I'll tell you what, Chris Well, and welcome back here as Matt Heck was at the plate there. He grounds out to first base, and that retires the Heat here in the fourth inning. 3 up and 3 down, 3 ground ball outs for Chris McKeon in the fourth inning. We're halfway through game 1 of 2, tied at 1. More play-by-play in a moment here from El Dorado. And we head to the bottom of the fourth inning. Broncos and Heat, 1-1. So leading off for the Broncos here is Josh Galvin. And he'll look at ball 1 just off the plate. Galvin, left-handed batter, looks and way out in front for strike 1 as he fouls that one down into the Wellington bullpen. Galvin hitting .267 on the season, 5 doubles, 1 home run. He has 10 runs batted in. Check swing, and not sure if it was a check strike or just on the plate strike, but it's a strike nonetheless. 1 ball and 2 strikes. So Galvin will have to battle here. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And the pitch on the corner, off the corner, ball 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bridges comes home. That's a curveball off the plate. 3-2 now for Galvin. Galvin, Holcomb, and Christensen, the power part of the Bronco lineup, 3, 4, and 5, all due up here in the fourth. Taylor Bridges winds and deals the pitch, and he swung at ball 4. Tantalizing slow curveball. And Galvin went fishing for it. So 1 away. And Matt Holcomb comes up. Holcomb singled, got to second on a pass ball, and scored on Tyler Sutherland's double. He'll look at ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes to Matt Holcomb. Holcomb hitting .355 on the season. 15 runs batted in, and he hits one right at third base. Fielding that one is Rader over to first base to retire Holcomb. So 2 away, and here comes Elijah Christensen. Christensen DHing tonight. We've seen Elijah at first base defensively this year. We've also seen him at third base. Fun to see the Broncos again. Haven't seen them since that Liberal series here. Back on June 20th was the last time we had a game here on YouTube, and then the Broncos went out to Dodge City and to Hayesville. No balls and a strike to Elijah Christensen. Popped out to second base, and a good battle with Bridges in the second inning. Fouled off several balls before looping a soft pop-up out to second. 1 ball and a strike. Taylor Bridges comes home, and a fastball. A lot of off-speed stuff in this inning from Bridges. There he came with some gas, and Christensen behind, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Tyler Sutherland waits on the on-deck circle for the Broncos. Bottom of the 4th inning, tied up at 1. And the pitch from Bridges is lifted high out to left field. And camping under it is Den Best, and he's got it to retire the Broncos. 3 up and 3 down. We head to the 5th inning. El Dorado 1, Wellington 1. Hope you're enjoying tonight's broadcast. Back for more play-by-play in a moment here from El Dorado on YouTube. So we zip right along now to the 5th inning. 8, 9, and 1 due up for the Wellington Heat here in the top half of the 5th inning. That's Bernardi, Owen, and Mosseth. Bernardi, a strikeout victim, looking in the 2nd inning to Chris McKeon. And the first pitch of the 5th inning in there for strike 1. 1-3-0 for Wellington, 1-3-0 for El Dorado. Through the first 4 innings. Second pitch in the turf for ball 1. 1 ball and a strike. And the 1-1 down low for ball 2. Troy Owen, the catcher, on deck for the Heat. Wellington 11-7 in the South Division. And here's a seeing eye single through the right side for Bernardi. So a good start for the Heat here in the 5th inning. Troy Owen, the catcher, comes up. Again, just a 7-inning game. Here we are in the 5th. So Colsing watches the signs from the Wellington manager. And Tony right on the edge of the green part of the turf infield. McKeon throws over to first, and Owen was already squaring around. Colsing now a few steps closer as he's anticipating a bunt. Would love to see it come down to him. Owen squares. The pitch from McKeon, bunted perfectly down the first base side. McKeon throws, trying to avoid Owen, and does, so a perfect sacrifice from Troy Owen. And that will advance Bernardi down to second base. So now Mosseth and Leal will try to bring in Bernardi. Pretty much perfect if you're Wellington there. Your number 8 guy gets a single. Now that allows you to bunt your number 9 guy. Now you flip the order. And the 1 and 2 batters have a chance to knock him in. First pitch in the turf, ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. Mosseth 0 for 2, a strikeout and a fly out to center field. A nice running catch made by Wade Hanna in right center field the last time Ben Mosseth was at the plate. McKeon Can't get together with Galvin on the sign, so he'll step off and they'll reset it. Short lead off of second base for Bernardi. Ware trying to keep him close. Here's the pitch. And that one's low. A nice stop by Galvin. Ball 2. A lot of curveballs from McKeon. Galvin has to be on point tonight. 2 balls and no strikes. Ben Mosseth looks at a fastball and fouls it off for strike 1. Hope you're enjoying again the broadcast. The only team in the league that we offer both audio and video on the broadcast. If you're enjoying it, would like to donate to helping the cost, to offset the cost of the broadcast as the 2-1 pitch is inside for ball 3. Doug Bell or Vicky Bell here in El Dorado would appreciate any contributions you might make to helping keep these broadcasts going. We do like providing them free for you. Here's Mosseth way in front of a fastball. He hit it good, but way foul. Strike 2. So a full count now to Mosseth. Three balls, 2 strikes, 1 away. Top of the 5th inning. Wellington and El Dorado tied at 1. The Heat have Dalton Bernardi down at second base. McKeon gathers. And the pitch. And that one's inside, gets away from Galvin, and now runners will be at the corners. The second walk of the night issued by McKeon, and now here comes Leal. Leal 0 for 2. Ground out to first and a fly out to right field. El Dorado again looking for the double play. The infield plays back. Good lead off of first for Mosseth. And the pitch from McKeon. Hit to first base. Holcomb's got it. Fires to second for 1. Back over to first. No, and it got away from Holcomb. The runner was not going. And probably an ill-advised throw from Ware. Really not much chance to get Leal there. And so the Heat will take the gift. I'll check with Gary. I don't even believe that would be an RBI because the runner was not. Yep, he was not coming. He was staying at third as the Broncos tried to turn the 3-6-3 double play. But the error allows Bernardi to score. Quick throw over to first, and they picked off Leal. So McKeon picks off Leal. That will end the inning, but again, the Broncos in a giving mood. The first run scored on a wild pitch. This second run for the Heat scores on an error. We head to the bottom of the 5th inning. Wellington 2, El Dorado 1. We're back in a moment here on YouTube. So the Broncos come up to the plate, down by a run. They trailed after the top half of the second inning. They were able to tie it in the bottom of the second inning. Now they head to the bottom of the fifth inning, down 2-1. Sutherland, Colsing, and Ware, the scheduled three for the Broncos. Taylor Bridges. First pitch is laced into right field for a single for Sutherland. Sutherland 2 for 2. So here comes Tony Colsing. Now the Heat bunted over Bernardi, who led off the top of the fifth inning. What will Colsing do here? Hit into a fielder's choice his first time. The Heat anticipating bunt. Colsing now squares, pops it up, but it's going to hit the netting and be a foul ball. Almost looked like Colsing was trying to bunt for a hit, but you figure here he's at least sacrificing. He didn't get squared around till very late there. So no balls and a strike to Tony Colsing. And the pitch from Bridges. Colsing again late squaring around, and it's fouled off again for strike 2. Colsing hitting .243 on the season. He does lead the team in RBIs with 20. So now no balls and 2 strikes. Does Chad Gerwick want to keep the bunt on here? Let's see. Colsing out of South Dakota State. Down in the count 0-2. And the pitch, and a swing and a miss. So 1 away, and here comes Grant Ware. Grant Ware popped out to second base his first time up. Enjoyed meeting his father last time we were here. They made the 7-hour trip up to see him play, and Grant put on a fielding display that day. Made a Derek Jeter-like stop in the hole, throwing in the air over to first base, the highlight of that game defensively. No balls and a strike to Ware. And the pitch from Bridges, that curveball or slider coming right in on the hands, and Ware fouls that well out of play. So strike 2. Kyle Kasser waits on deck for El Dorado. 2-1 Wellington, bottom of the fifth inning. Broncos trying to erase a 3-game losing streak. Setting up outside is Owen, and it's well outside for ball 1. The Heat lost a 13-inning game to Dodge City last night. So both managers coming in probably obviously didn't see the Wellington game, but I imagine several pitchers used, and now you get into a doubleheader here tonight. Taylor Bridges giving Wellington exactly what they were hoping for. Several good innings. And Ware loops one between second and right field, diving in, and that ball lands safely for the Broncos. What a tremendous effort by Bernardi in right field. He got it in the glove, but he just couldn't haul it in. So that'll be a single for Ware, just out of the reach of Bernardi. And now Kasser comes up with 2 on and 1 out. Kasser singled in the third. Kasser hitting .292 on the season, 4 RBIs with a triple. Runners at first and second, and there's a pitch outside. Well, the left-handed batter's not having too much trouble with left-handed pitching Taylor Bridges. Sutherland is 2 for 2. Kasser's 1 for 1. Kasser ahead 1-0. Here's the pitch from Bridges. And Kasser hits it between first and second. Diving effort by Leal over to first to retire Kasser. Great play by Leal at second base. The runners move up 90 feet. But now 2 away, and here comes Clayton Dalrymple. Came in as the tied for the team lead in hitting along with Wade Hanna. Clayton 0 for 2 tonight, a strikeout and a double play. A couple of things we don't usually put on Clayton's stats here. Pitch from Bridges inside. Shortstop Mosseth playing more of the hole, so Clayton really has the middle of the field to work with. 1 ball and no strikes to the K-State player, Clayton Dalrymple. And the pitch, curveball in there for strike 1. Tying run at third, go-ahead run at second base for the Broncos. Bottom of the 5th inning, 2-1 Wellington. Taylor Bridges winds and deals the pitch. And Dalrymple hits one to right field, but that's foul. Both Bridges for Wellington and McKeon for El Dorado. A lot of off-speed stuff tonight. Bridges has really worked both sides of the plate very nicely. He's ahead 1-2. And the pitch. 2 balls and 2 strikes outside. Good speed at second base for the Broncos and Grant Ware. Sutherland at third. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the wind and the deal. Inside, and Dalrymple rifles it foul. That's what Bridges has been doing. He's busting the right-handed hitters right on their fists. Chad Gerwick actually has kind of learned that they're going inside. He's not even close to his coaching box. He's closer to the dugout. Wisely. Several have whistled right past the third base coaching box. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And the pitch just outside, ball 3. Wade Hanna waits on deck. Some activity down in the Bronco bullpen. And the 3-2. And a swing and a miss. So the Broncos strand 2 in scoring position. We head to the 6th inning. Wellington 2, El Dorado 1. Back in a moment here on YouTube. So the Broncos threaten, but cannot push anyone across, and we head to the 6th inning. Heat 2, Broncos 1, and 3-4-5 due up here for Wellington. Austin Cronick will lead it off. He's 1 for 2 with a double and a ground out to short. Top half of the 6th inning. First game of 2, and both games will be 7-inning affairs. Cronick, first pitch swinging, fouls it off. After tonight, El Dorado off tomorrow and Wednesday, and then a 4-game weekend 4th of July series with the Hayes Larks. Wellington won 3 out of 4 at Hayes earlier in the season. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and that's low, ball 1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Chris McKeon winds and deals, and this one's low, ball 2. 2 balls and a strike. Wellington has someone stretching down in their bullpen. And McKeon's 2-1 is outside, so 3 balls and 1 strike to Chronic. And the pitch to Chronic, and he lifts one out to center field. Hanna going back, still going back, shy of the track, maybe on the track, and he makes the catch. So a deep fly out. And 1 away, and here comes Kyle Lacey. Kyle Lacey from Oklahoma Christian University is 0 for 2 tonight. One away in the top half of the 6th inning. 2-1 Wellington, and Lacey fouls off the first offering from McKeon. Waiting on deck, Chase Rader. The 0-1. Lifted high. Galvin will give it a look, but it's going to be right above us and hit on top of the press box. So McKeon way out in front, 0-2. A couple of players from this Wellington team from Oklahoma Christian. There's a couple from Oklahoma Baptist, Friends University out of Wichita. Here's the 0-2. And a swing and a miss. And the tag out completes the strikeout of Kyle Lacey. So Chase Rader, wearing an 0 for 2, comes up. It's 2-4-0 for Wellington. 1-5-1 for El Dorado. That error, a big one. That allowed the go-ahead run to score in the 5th inning for Wellington. And Rader, first pitch, tap out to second base. Kasser's got it over to Holcomb to retire the heat in order here in the 6th inning. We go to the bottom of the 6th. Wellington 2, El Dorado 1. We head to the bottom of the 6th inning. The Broncos trailing the Heat 2-1. Wade Hanna will lead off the 6th inning for El Dorado. Hanna, Galvin, and Holcomb. All the links for the games, of course, you can find it on the YouTube page. Go to the Kurt Caden YouTube page. I'll have the link for each game there. You can also find them on the El Dorado Bronco Facebook page and on the if you follow the El Dorado Broncos on Twitter. Post the links there as well. First pitch to Hanna, just outside, ball 1. Taylor Bridges continues for the Heat, and that one's in there for strike 1. Both managers have to be thrilled what they've gotten from their starters tonight. 1 ball and 1 strike. The left-hander Taylor Bridges in there for strike 2 on a foul ball. Activity now in both bullpens. One ball and 2 strikes to Wade Hanna. He's 0 for 2 tonight, setting up outside his Owen. Fastball is out there. That's been more of the show pitch for Bridges tonight, and then watch for him to maybe try to bust Hanna inside here. Wade Hanna from Shawnee, Kansas, and a swing and a miss for strike 3.
Number 21 from Kentucky Wesleyan College, your Broncos catcher, Josh.
6th strikeout on the night for Taylor Bridges. So Josh Galvin comes up there. He's wearing an 0 for 2 tonight, a ground out to second and a strikeout. Bridges starting to pick up his pace, and he's dials one in there for strike 1. So no balls and a strike here to Galvin. Lefty on lefty. And now Galvin will try, or Bridges tries the outside, and Galvin watches it for ball 1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Out of Kentucky Wesleyan University is Josh Galvin, and he laces one up the middle. Diving effort past the shortstop Mossa and into center field for a base hit. Good hard single there by Galvin. Great effort by Mossa. He might have had a shot at Galvin if he'd have gloved that one. Now Matt Holcomb comes up, and Chad Gerwick may want a pinch runner for Galvin. Down 2-1. And the Broncos will run Jake Woodkey out there to run for Galvin.
Running for Galvin, number 29, Jake Woodkey.
So Galvin gets a runner, gets on base there with 1 away here in the 6th inning, and now Matt Holcomb stepping up there. Holcomb, 2nd on the team in RBIs with 18. He came into the game batting .355. Good lead by Woodkey. Bridges comes home, and Holcomb skies one out of play. Looking for a car, and donked it. That may have gotten a truck out there right on the top of it. Matt Holcomb, a single in the 2nd inning, came around and scored the only Bronco run, and then a ground out to 3rd in his last at bat, 1 for 2. Bridges comes inside, and Woodkey was on the move. Foul ball. Woodkey returns. It's 0-2. Elijah Christensen waits on deck. Two to 1 Wellington, bottom of the 6th inning. Good lead for Woodkey off of first. Bridges comes home, and that one in the turf. Throw down to first. Woodkey in standing. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Nice stop there by Troy Owen. One ball and 2 strikes to the first baseman, Matt Holcomb. Owen sets up way outside again. And the pitch comes in. Woodkey is, well, that one's caught out at second base. Woodkey's back to first. They caught the second baseman, Leal, looked like he caught that. He still flipped it over to second. If Leal caught that one, if he'd have gone right to first, they would have had Woodkey doubled off. So a line out to second base for Holcomb. I could see now if it's short hopped and you tried to sell the catch and then throw over to first, but if you caught it, maybe Leal wasn't quite sure if he caught it or not. Who knows? Nonetheless, there's 2 away here in the 6th inning. Woodkey remains at first base, and here's Elijah Christensen. Certainly has the ability to change this game with 1 swing. Woodkey on the move. Curveball, and Woodkey stealing, and he's safe. Got away from the shortstop Mosseth, but Leal will run it down. So Woodkey, check that, it was the other way around. Got away from Leal, and Mosseth ran it down. So Christensen now will try to drive in Woodkey down at second base. Picked a good pitch to run on. Christensen waits for Bridges. Here's the pitch. And Elijah late on a fastball, fouls it out of play. 1 ball and 1 strike. Elijah leads the Broncos in homers with 6. He's hit 2 off of left-hand pitching this year. 1-1 count to Elijah Christensen. And time is called. Again, Bridges with a runner down at second really holds the ball and finally then will glance over to second. Bronco batter's been getting impatient. Bridges has his sign. Woodkey, decent lead off a second. And the pitch. Slow curveball just off the plate, ball 2. So 2 balls and 1 strike. 2-1, Wellington leading here in the 6th inning of a 7-inning game. Now Leal will linger around second base. Good hole between first and second for Elijah. Fastball, and Christensen hits it out to right field and right at the right fielder, Bernardi, and he hauls it in. And so another runner left in scoring position for El Dorado. We head to the 7th inning. Wellington 2, El Dorado 1. Back in a moment here on YouTube. So we head to the 7th inning. Wellington 2, El Dorado 1. Cameron Knight now catching for the Broncos. Don't see any other changes for El Dorado. Colsing still at third, Ware at short, Kasser at second, and Holcomb at first. Cody Denbest leading off the 7th inning for Wellington. Left fielder doubled and scored in the 2nd inning and grounded out to second base in the 4th inning. Both pitchers doing a good job. Not a lot of at-bats going around for either side. Chris McKeon still out there for the Broncos. And Denbest lifts one out to Wade Hanna. Takes a few steps back, and he's got the catch for the first out of the inning. So Matt Heck now comes up, the designated hitter. He's 1 for 2, a single in the 2nd inning and a ground out to first in the 4th. Heck, a right-handed batter against right-handed throwing Chris McKeon. And the first pitch fouled away, strike 1. McKeon's done a good job getting ahead 0-1 tonight. And time called by Heck. The Broncos will have Sutherland, Colsing, and Ware coming up in the 7th inning. And they hope they'll be down just 2-1 entering that bottom of the 7th inning. One away here in the top half of the 7th, and the 0-1 pitch in the turf for ball 1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. And the pitch just dropped low, ball 2. 2 balls and a strike to Matt Heck. Dalton Bernardi, who scored the go-ahead run in the 5th inning, waits on deck. Here's the 2-1 in the turf, ball 3. McKeon has given Chad Gerwick everything he wanted so far here tonight. El Dorado dealing with a couple of injuries in their starting staff. So McKeon, normally a reliever, getting the start tonight, and he issues his 3rd walk of the night to Matt Heck. McKeon came into this game throwing just 10 innings on the year with a 4.50 ERA, and he's given El Dorado 6 1/3 of good innings tonight. Dalton Bernardi up there, 1 for 2. The pitch from McKeon, low, ball 1. Bernardi nearly offered. Bernardi, a strikeout victim in the 2nd inning. Singled in the 5th, was sacrificed to 2nd, went to 3rd on a pass ball, and scored on an error from Grant Ware. McKeon spikes one to Holcomb at 1st, and Matt blocked the ball, nearly tripped over Matt Heck diving in, put his hand on his back to make sure he didn't step on him. They share a chuckle down there at first base. 1 ball and no strikes to Bernardi. And the pitch hit back to McKeon at the mound. He fires over to short for 1. Ware over to first for the double play. A 1-6-3 double play. See if that gives the Broncos some momentum heading into the 7th inning. Bottom of the 7th, I should say. Wellington 2, El Dorado 1. Back in a moment here on YouTube. So the Wellington Heat head to the bottom of the 7th inning, leading the Broncos 2-1 in a pitching change. Kirby Schwinn comes into the game. Schwinn out of Regis University. What a night for Taylor Bridges. 6 innings pitched, gave up 6 hits, 1 run, and had 6 strikeouts. He did not walk a batter tonight. So a great effort from Taylor Bridges for the Heat. First pitch from Schwinn. He seems to have a little more gas, so a nice changeup for Wellington here. The little Bridges with a lot of those slow curves, and now Schwinn, the first pitch, fastball on the outside, no good. Second one low, ball 2. He comes in with a little more heat for the Heat. 2 balls and no strikes to Tyler Sutherland. Sutherland was 2 for 2 off of Bridges. And he rifles one into the hole and a base hit for Sutherland. He is 3 for 3. Three for 3 night for Tyler Sutherland. A double and an RBI and now 2 singles. And now Tony Colsing, who's 0 for 2, hit into a fielder's choice in the second inning, struck out in the 5th. He tried to sacrifice Sutherland in the 5th. He failed on that attempt. We'll see if Tony's going to try to do it again. And he is. And he lays this one down. Sutherland will make it to second. Schwinn will underhand it over to first. And Colsing with a perfect sacrifice. So 1 away, and now Grant Ware and Kyle Kasser. Check, that's going to be Jonathan Eberhardt. Jonathan Eberhardt's going to hit for the Eberhardt, I should say. So Jonathan Eberhardt pinch hitting here for Grant Ware. Kind of a roller coaster season for Eberhardt. Started out on fire, went into a miserable slump, and now he's gotten his average right back up there after that 7-game road trip. Eberhardt's back up to 362. He had dipped down to below 230. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Jonathan Eberhardt has 17 runs batted in on the season, 6 doubles and 4 long balls. Here's the pitch, low, ball 1. So the tying run down at second base, 2-1 Wellington, 1 away in the bottom of the 7th inning, which is the, well, again, doubleheader, 2 7-inning games here tonight. Schwinn's got his sign. Good lead off a second. And the pitch, ooh, Eberhardt had a good look, fouled it off, strike 2. Kyle Kasser waits on deck. Right-handed batter, Jonathan Eberhardt. And the pitch from Schwinn, high and away, ball 2. Both teams scoring single runs in the second inning. Wellington scored on an error in the 5th inning. They lead it 2-1. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Eberhardt. Slow one, and Eberhardt hits it out into center field. Rounding second. So rounding third is Sutherland. Here's the play at the plate. Save! And Eberhardt down to second base. Tyler Sutherland scores. He held up just a moment to make sure that was going through. Pretty good throw from Kyle Lacey, but it was just up the first base line. By the time Owen got it, he had no chance at getting Sutherland, and now Kasser comes up, and the Broncos, with the winning run down at second base, we're tied at 2. Good lead off a second for Eberhardt. Kasser lifts one to short right field, and then Best has it, and he'll fire it back in for the second out. Except that was Bernardi, I should say, out in right field. So now 2 away, and Clayton Dalrymple, who's had a forgettable night, can, well, 1 base hit here can make him feel pretty darn good. Dalrymple, 2 strikeouts and hit into a double play. Eberhardt will be going on any contact. 2-2 here in the bottom of the 7th inning. And the pitch from Schwinn, and that one stayed upstairs, ball 1. Eberhardt with the game-tying single. He advanced to second on the throw home. Dalrymple at the plate, the pitch, and that one low. Nice play by Owen. What a tremendous backhanded play by Troy Owen. Wade Hanna waits on deck for the Broncos. Dalrymple would love to get a single and end it here and take a little break before game 2. Here's the 2-0. Dalrymple hits it to right field, and that hit the chalk. Fair ball, and El Dorado is going to win game 1. Clayton Dalrymple with the single to right field that hit the chalk. And 2 runs in the bottom of the 7th inning. And El Dorado wins it 3-2. 2 runs in the bottom of the 7th inning off of the reliever Schwinn. So the Broncos score 2 runs on 3 hits in the 7th inning, and they go away game 1 with a win, and they snap their 3-game losing streak with an exciting 3-2 win here in their final at bat. The winning pitcher was Chris McKeon, and the losing pitcher Kirby Schwinn. Time of the game, 1 hour and 43 minutes. And the Broncos win it 3-2. So we will let you continue to look in here at McDonald Stadium. We will have to turn down the audio, and we will have play-by-play of game 2 coming up probably about 15 minutes or so. 3-2, Broncos win it. Game 2 is coming up. Don't go anywhere. More exciting baseball between the Broncos and the Heat coming up here on YouTube. And welcome back, everyone. We are getting ready for Game 2 of the doubleheader. Game 1 won by the El Dorado Broncos. 2 runs in the bottom of the 7th inning to claim the victory, 3-2. The winning pitcher was Chris McKeon, and didn't give you his numbers. He went all 7 innings, gave up 2 runs, struck out 3 and walked 3, and he gave up just 4 hits. So a very good effort by Chris McKeon getting the win. Kirby Schwinn in relief gets the loss for Wellington. Game 2 getting ready to start up. Let's give you the starting lineups for the Heat. Their batting order looks like Ben Mosseth leading off. Christian Leal will bat second. Austin Kranick third. Chase Rader is fourth. Kyle Lacey will bat fifth. Matt Heck in the 6th hole. Austin Orth will catch and play bat 7th. Cody Denbest, designated to hitter, bats 8th, and Dalton Bernardi is batting 9th for the Heat. For the Broncos out in the field for Game 2 of this doubleheader, the outfield looks like this. Wade Hanna will be in center field, Clayton Dalrymple in right, and Tyler Sutherland in left field. Elijah Christensen will play third base here in the second game. Jake Woodkey at shortstop, Kyle Kasser at second base, Matt Holcomb at first. Noah Lee is the catcher tonight, and pitching Game 2 of the doubleheader, Colt Weiner from McKinney, Texas. Colt, 5'9", 165. So it's Colt Weiner pitching, Noah Lee catching. Ben Mosseth will lead off, and we are ready for Game 2 of the doubleheader. And the first pitch from Weiner is low, ball 1. So 1-0 pitch, Colt Weiner comes in, and this one's hit out to Woodkey. Woodkey fields it on a couple of hops, fires over to first, and retires Mosseth. Christian Leal coming up next. Leal 0 for 3 in the first game. Leal from Grand Canyon University. And the first pitch in there for a strike from Colt Weiner. Quick working Colt Weiner. Second pitch is fouled off and quickly ahead 0-2. Colt, 7 innings pitched on the season. He's holding a 9.0 ERA. 4 strikeouts, 3 walks. Giving up 8 hits, and 7 earned runs. Weiner just off the outside corner for ball 1. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Christian Leal. Lefty winds and deals from Butler County Community College. Weiner, and that one off the plate, ball 2. Zach Beery talked with us, said Colt, kind of a spot starter at Butler. He's getting a spot start here tonight, and after being ahead 0-2, he falls now into a 3-2 hole. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Leal. And the pitch, and that one is ball 4. So after being ahead 0-2, 4 straight balls from Weiner. And Austin Kranick now comes up. Right-handed batter is Kranick. Weiner's pitch in there, a swing and a miss, strike 1. Nice to have you tuned in here on YouTube. Feel free to drop me an email. Would love to hear from wherever you might be listening tonight. Who are you rooting for tonight? Email address, Caden Broadcasting, C-A-D-E-N, Caden Broadcasting @gmail.com. Here's the 0-1, and that one's off the plate, ball 1. 1 ball and 1 strike from Colt Weiner. And the pitch is up high, ball 2. Two balls and a strike And the pitch high, lifted way out into left field. And the catch is made. So 2 away. Making the catch out there, Tyler Sutherland. Chase Rader comes up for the Heat. And Rader off his toe. It comes into fair territory, but that's a foul ball for strike 1. So no balls and a strike to Rader, the third baseman here for the Heat. And the pitch, Rader, a swing and a miss, strike 2. So no balls and 2 strikes to Rader. And the pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. And so a good start for Colt Weiner. Just the 1 walk there in the top of the first inning. So no runs, no hits, no errors, 1 left. We'll head to the bottom of the first inning. Wellington 0, El Dorado coming up. So the Wellington Heat coming up. Let's give you their batting order. Clayton Dalrymple, the hero of last game after a miserable night batting. A RBI game-winning single makes him feel pretty good. He'll lead off. Wade Hanna bats second. Matt Holcomb third. Elijah Christensen will bat fourth. Jonathan Eberhardt fifth. He's DHing tonight. Tyler Sutherland sixth. Noah Lee will bat seventh. Jake Woodkey eighth. And Kyle Kasser will bat ninth. In the field for the Heat. Not a lot of changes from game one. Give you that too in a moment. They are pitching Anthony Canapeel. And the right-hander winds and deals, strike 1. The outfield looks like this. Kyle Lacey in center field. Matt Heck is in right field. And Dalton Bernardi's in left. On the infield, the third baseman is Chase Rader. At shortstop, Ben Mosseth. Leal's at second base. And Austin Kranix at first base. Austin Orth catching. And pitching is Anthony Cranapeel. And as I was looking down, I don't know if Dalrymple was quite ready. Cranapeel fired one in there, and now the umpire walks out to have a discussion with him. So wait and see what the count is here. No pitch. So Orth talking with Cranapeel, and I do hope I'm saying his name right, Canapeel, C-A-E-N-E-P-E-E-L. Game 2 of a doubleheader. No balls and 1 strike to Clayton Dalrymple. Dalrymple came into tonight tied for the team lead in hitting at .417, and as I mentioned, game-winning RBI down the right field line to end game one. And he looks at strike two. So no balls and 2 strikes. Kane appeal. Right-hander winds and deals and plunks Clayton right in the back. So he'll go down to first base. First hit batter of the night on either side. So here comes Wade Hanna. Problem with hitting Dalrymple, if you're a Heat fan, is Clayton leads the Broncos in stolen bases. "12 stolen bases on the season for Clayton Dalrymple." Right-handed pitcher Kane appeal, winds and deals. Wade Hanna squares around and looks at strike one. Feel free to drop me an email again, cadenbroadcasting@gmail.com. Heard from the Galvins tonight watching. Dalrymple safely back to first. Wade Hanna in game one went 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts. Taylor Bridges pitched a really nice game for the Heat in game one. He gets a no decision. He was in line to win it. He gets a no decision. Hanna lays down the bunt. That had a lot of spin on it. I thought maybe it hit Hanna. It looked like going towards the pitcher, and then it took a right turn. So the catcher, Orth, retires Hanna on a sacrifice, 2-3. Down to second base is Dalrymple, and here comes Matt Holcomb. Holcomb came into tonight, .355 average, 22 hits and 62 tries. 6 doubles, 2 triples, and 2 homers for Matt Holcomb, and 18 RBI. And the pitch, curveball, stays upstairs, ball 1. No score, we're in the bottom of the first inning. Game 2 of the doubleheader between Wellington and El Dorado. This is a makeup from, you might remember the weekend series. Wellington was supposed to be here June 12th, 13th, and 14th. All 3 games that weekend were rained out. So they're making 2 of them up tonight. And Holcomb lifts one out to right field. Ranging back is Matt Heck. He catches it. Tagging is Dalrymple. He'll make it over to third base without a throw. But there's 2 away. And Elijah Christensen comes up. Elijah out of Tarleton State University. He calls Justin, Texas his home. 6'3", 235. He's a big dude up there. Game 1 for Elijah. Well, he went 0 for 3. A fly out to second, a fly out to left, and a fly out to right. A base hit here could give the Broncos an early advantage. The only lead El Dorado had in game 1 was the end of the game. He looks at strike 1. Wellington had grabbed a 1-0 lead in the second inning. El Dorado tied it in the bottom of the second. Wellington scored 1 in the 5th on an error, led 2-1 going to the bottom of the 7th, but that's when El Dorado scored 2 to win it, 3-2. And the pitch and a swing and a miss. No balls and 2 strikes to Elijah Christensen. Dalrymple down at third. He was hit by a pitch. Sacrifice from Hanna and a Matt Holcomb flyout. Bottom of the first inning, no score. Kane appeal. Fires it in, and Elijah held up. No, he didn't. Didn't look like it. Looked like he checked his swing. That was a quick call of a swing. That did not, well, it's a strikeout of Christensen, and that ends the first inning. Let's go to the second. Wellington and El Dorado, no score. More play-by-play in a moment here on YouTube. And welcome back. Top half of the second inning getting ready to fire up here. Wellington, El Dorado, no score. Hello to Brad Christensen. He's watching tonight. And appreciate the kind words, Brad. Do look forward to meeting you and many of the other parents. Parents Weekend coming up this weekend. The Hayes Larks will be in town Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So we'll have the broadcast, even though we expect lots of parents and family here, but we'll still have the games just in case you can't make it. First pitch swinging and a ground out to second base. Kyle Lacey, I'll tell you what, even on, what's going to be probably an easy put out, Kyle Lacey really zips down that first base line. Love that effort from Lacey. Kid out of Oklahoma Christian University. I mean, a ground to second base. I know when I used to hit those, I'd kind of go into my 50-50 speed, but you know what? That doesn't work, and that's why I'm not playing. Or didn't progress very far, and that's why Kyle Lacey is. Second pitch of the inning is grounded out to short. Woodkey's got it over to first for the second out. 2 pitches, 2 outs. That was Matt Heck who grounded out to short. Now here comes Austin Orth. He did not play in the first game tonight. Here he is in game 2 of this doubleheader. Again, it seems strange. These two teams played so many games last year. I think they played about 6 or 7 here in El Dorado. They played another 6 or 7 in Wellington, I believe. Played a lot of games. Of course, there was only 6 teams in the Jayhawk League last year. And, of course, it's nice, the addition of Hayesville and Bethany to the league. Now there's 8 teams in this great Jayhawk Summer Baseball League. 1 ball and no strikes to Austin Orth, the catcher, batting in the 7 hole. And the 0-1 or the 1-0 is in there for a strike. Colt Weiner on the hill for the Broncos, and it's a 1 ball, 1 strike count. And the 1-1 is in, well, it's not. Ball 2. Must have been low because it had the plate. 2 balls and a strike. And the pitch from Weiner is lifted to right field and slicing foul. I'm sure the Heat were hoping that Dalrymple's ball to right field was going to slice just a little bit more. It didn't. It hit the chalk to end game 1. The Broncos will have Eberhardt, Sutherland, and Lee up in the bottom half of the second inning. So Weiner, 2 pitches, 2 outs, and now battling here with Austin Orth. And the pitch, reaching for it. It's hit out to Elijah Christensen. He'll pat it in his glove a couple of times, whistle it over to first base to end the second inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, no one left. We head to the bottom of the second inning. Wellington 0, El Dorado 0. More in a moment. Stay tuned. This is Bronco Baseball on YouTube. And welcome back. Kurt Caden here from McDonald Stadium and Brad Long Field in El Dorado, Kansas. Game 2 of a doubleheader. We're in the bottom of the second inning. No score between the Heat and the Broncos. Jonathan Eberhardt, the DH, will lead it off. And, of course, yeah, we look at Dalrymple's game-winning single. Don't forget it was Eberhardt who came up in the 7th inning, pinch hitting for Grant Ware, and he singled and scored the tie, or singled and drove in the tying run in Tyler Sutherland. And then Eberhardt would score the game-winning run on Dalrymple's single. Swing and a miss. Strike one. Ball one. Check that. No balls and 2 strikes now. To Eberhardt. And the 0-2 is just off the plate. Ball one. One ball and 2 strikes. The pitch from Canapeel is high, ball 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Eberhardt, Sutherland, and Lee. Canapeel from Northwest Missouri State. Here's the 2-2, swing and a miss. Challenge fastball and a strikeout of Eberhardt. Good hard fastball there from Canapeel. Haven't had any Wellington emails as of yet, and I know last year we had a bunch of them when these teams played. So 1 away here in the bottom of the second inning. Here's Tyler Sutherland. Not a bad first game for Tyler. He just went 3 for 3. Scored the tying run, drove in the first run for the Broncos. Looks at strike one from Canapeel. Here's the 0-1, and that's in there for strike 2. Canapeel pounding the strike zone here early on. So no balls and 2 strikes to Tyler Sutherland, young man from Arkansas City. And the pitch bounced in there for ball 1. One ball and 2 strikes. And the pitch, Sutherland stays alive, tipping that foul. So ball and 2 strikes, bottom of the second inning, no score. Broncos in their camouflage uniforms tonight. Here's the 1-2. And it's hit out to shortstop. Mosseth has it, and he'll fire over to first base. Running hard down there is Sutherland, but he's retired 6-3. So 2 away, and here comes Noah Lee. Galvin caught most of game 1. Cameron Knight came in after Galvin was pinch run for. So Knight caught the 7th inning for the Broncos, and now Noah Lee gets the start here in game 2. So 2 away, and Noah Lee swings and misses at strike 1. Noah out of Cisco Junior College. He's from Cedar Hill, Texas. On the season, batting .238. 5 out of 21. One of those 5 went over the wall for a home run. Canapeel hops off the mound, gathers himself. Noah Lee steps out, and now we'll get ready for baseball again. No balls and a strike to Noah Lee. And Canapeel, pitch, ball 1. Looked like he took a step to start, then stopped, and then started, and just didn't seem to be in rhythm on that pitch. 1 ball and 1 strike. The defense plays Lee straight away. And Lee fouls off the 1-1 pitch. Wanted that one. 1 ball and 2 strikes. So 1 ball, 2 strikes to Noah Lee. Waiting on deck is Jake Woodkey. And the pitch, and Lee just did survive there, just tipping that one into the Wellington bullpen. 4-game series coming up with Hayes this weekend. Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday, and Sunday night. All 4 nights will go on the air just before 7 o'clock. And again, a little step forward. Now Cane Peel winds and deals, and Lee again fouls this one off. The first baseman for the Heat, Chronic, gives chase, but it's out of play. No wind at all here in the stadium, 85 degrees. And the 1-2 pitch from Cane Peel. And Lee again able to fight it off. Six foot, 220 pounds is Noah Lee. Got the opportunity to talk to him earlier in the season on the air. Like so many of these guys, just very fine gentlemen. Here's the 1-2. That's outside, ball 2. Most of the Wellington players in the dugout right behind the fence. A couple of them braving it on the outside of the fence. Here's the 2-2, and that's outside, ball 3. 2 away here in the bottom of the second inning. No score between the Heat and the Broncos. With Wellington losing the game 1, now they are in a first-place tie. Here's Lee skying one straight up. Orth whips off the mask, comes towards the fence, and he's got it for the 3rd out of the inning. So we'll head to the 3rd inning. No score between Wellington and El Dorado. Back in a moment here on YouTube. And again, welcome back here. Kurt Caden from McDonald Stadium. Again, inviting you if you're enjoying the broadcasts, and I know many of the parents are, especially on the El Dorado side. If you're coming this weekend, I'll tell you what, Doug Bell, Vicky Bell would appreciate any donations you'd like to toward the broadcasts. We do provide them for free, but they are not free. So hopefully, if you have the opportunity to talk to them and maybe offer a donation, I know they'd appreciate it. Let's head to the top of the 3rd inning. Wellington and El Dorado, no score. Den Best, Bernardi, and Mossa, the scheduled 3 for the Heat here in the top of the 3rd. Cody Den Best, left-handed stick, looks at a curveball for strike 1. Weiner through the first 2 innings, been pretty clean except for 1 walk to Christian Leal, and you might remember in that at-bat he was ahead 0-2 before throwing 4 straight balls. But other than that, 4 ground outs, a flyout, and a strikeout for Weiner in these first 2 innings. Colt Weiner. No balls and 2 strikes here to Cody Den Best. Lee wants it outside. The pitch is outside, ball 1. Den Best doubled and scored. He was 1 for 3 in game 1. Here's the 1-2 pitch. And a check. And they'll say he did check his swing. Now, that was more of a swing than we saw from Christensen in the first inning. I don't think he went either, but I really don't think Christensen did either in the first. Nonetheless, 2 balls and 2 strikes, and the pitch from Weiner is an, foul tip. It'll remain 2-2. This is the first time that the Broncos have hosted a team from the Southern Division. Wellington is, of course, was scheduled to be here earlier in the season, but those games were rained out. Weiner tries the inside corner. It's inside, ball 3. So Wellington here for 2. Bethany, Oklahoma will be here for 3, July 10th, 11th, and 12th. So 3 balls and 2 strikes here to Cody Denbest, and he'll foul it off. So it remains full. Chris McKeon is up here. You got a second? We're gonna get Chris McKeon mic'd up and talk to him about game 1 here tonight. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Cody Denbest, and that stays up high for ball 4. The Bronco faithful were hoping for a ring up there and strike 3, but they didn't get it. So that'll bring up Dalton Bernardi, the left fielder, the number 9 batter in the order for the for the Heat. Chris McKeon is mic'd up, and Chris, congrats on game 1 tonight.
Thank you. It was a joy throwing out there. It felt really good.
Now we'll keep Chris here as the first pitch is hit out to Han out in center field, comes in a few steps and records the out to retire Bernardi. Coming in, I mean, you've been mainly coming out of the bullpen, at least the home games that I've seen. Got the start tonight.
Yes, sir.
You've gone 10 innings on the season. You threw 7 strong tonight. You look strong all the way through. Talk about how your arm felt throughout the night.
It felt really good. I jammed my thumb a few days ago, and so I sat the last few days. So my arm's been feeling really good. I was looking forward to coming out. I knew it was going to feel well, and my goal the whole time was to go the whole game because if I threw a good game, that just saves arms for later on and gives guys some rest.
Zach Beery was up here at the beginning of the game. He had to watch the top of the first. He was tracking your pitcher, so we got to talk to him in the bottom of the first, and he was talking about how the staff is a bit banged up. We got a runner going down to second. Nice throw from Lee, and they'll retire Denbest on the attempted steal. But some guys banged up a little bit. You and Colt getting starts tonight, and great for you so far. Great for you tonight, and so far so good for Colt.
Yes, sir. So, that's really good. Some of the guys have been throwing a lot of innings, and we need the whole staff to be through, especially if we're going to try to get all the way to the NBC. We're going to need all the arms there, and just make sure everyone contributes and give guys rest whenever they need it.
The starting pitching, at least the home games that I've seen, and looked like out at Dodge City, was pretty strong. The starting pitching's been so good; it's been tough to get innings, I imagine, for some of the relievers like yourself and some of the others like Colt as well.
Yeah, for sure. The starting pitching has done really well. They're trying to get to where you can at least extend it to the 7th, and then maybe a guy throw in the 8th and the 9th. So whenever we do get innings out of the bullpen, it's usually 1 or 2.
Here's Mosseth lifting one out to right field, and Weiner is through 3, and he still hasn't allowed a hit. He's allowed a couple of walks, and so we'll head to the bottom of the 3rd with the Broncos and Heat tied at 0. We'll keep Chris here for a few moments longer if you don't mind. Howard Junior College, you're from Denton, Texas, hometown. Matt Holcomb, also from Howard JUCO. I take it you guys both came up here with it together. It wasn't by chance, was it?
No, actually, me and Matt have grown up together since like 13U. We've played together all the way up. I went to Pan Am out of high school my freshman year, and it didn't work out too well. So then when I went to Howard, because I knew Matt from a long time ago, I talked to him and got there, and we played ball together this last semester. And I heard he was coming out to play in Kansas, and I'm still looking for a school to go to. So I definitely wanted more opportunities and just followed him here, and so far so good.
What's now? Tell me, I am not familiar with Howard JUCO. Where is it at, and how'd your season go?
Howard JUCO is it's in Big Spring, Texas. It's out in West Texas. We did really well. We ended the season like 43-12. We led the nation in home runs in almost every hitting category. The bullpen, our arms started to get hurt a little bit towards the end of the year. So during the regional, we just didn't go as planned. We went into the regional, the 1 seed, and we were expected to win the whole thing and go on to the World Series, but it just didn't work out like that. But it was a good season. I had a lot of fun.
And next year, still undecided?
Still undecided, yeah. I'm still looking for a school to go to. So,
any preference? Do you want to stay in Texas? Do you want to go north, east, west?
Wherever good baseball is that I can go compete and get innings and try to win for my team and enjoy it.
How about Matt? Do we know does he have plans on going anywhere?
Yeah, Matt's actually going to Louisiana Tech. He committed about 2-3 weeks ago. He signed with them.
Watching him hit has been fun for me here. I imagine you're kind of used to watching him hit like that.
Yeah, for sure. Matt is a hitter. He squares up balls all the time. He's a great hitter. I've faced him over 10 times being on the mound, and he's tough to pitch to. He's just an all-around good hitter. He uses all parts of the field.
So the Hayes Larks come in this weekend, big 4th of July weekend. I know it's family weekend. Jake Woodkey with a base hit out to right field. Will you have family coming up this weekend?
Yeah, my mom's actually coming this weekend. So this will be her first time coming up to Kansas, and she's really excited. And hopefully I get to throw some innings and let her watch me pitch this summer.
You guys had pretty good success at Hayes earlier this year, winning 3 out of 4. Of course, beautiful thing with baseball, it really doesn't matter what you've done before. Everything starts 0-0 on Thursday night here.
Yeah, for sure. When we went into Hayes, we took 3 out of the 4. We should have got all 4 of them, but they're a really good team. We were just playing well, so to get them back at our home field is that's going to be good that we don't have to go there again. So I'm looking forward to that.
Now, West Texas, I imagine you're used to long road trips. I mean, El Dorado to Hayes, El Dorado to Dodge City, those are pretty long trips as well, but you're probably used to that.
Yeah, for sure. Getting on the bus is normal now. I've had trips anywhere from 4 hours all the way up to 14 hours my freshman year, so I've gotten pretty used to the bus rides. Anyone
on this team that you've grown close to that you didn't know coming in here to El Dorado?
Yeah. Everyone. This is a great group of guys. The only person I knew coming in here was Matt, and I didn't know any of the other guys. But everyone on this team is just a great kid, and they're fun to be around. I think we can do some big things if we keep playing well.
And here's a hit and run by the Broncos, and Kasser lifts one over the shortstop's head as he was going to cover second. And so Woodkey and Kasser, the 8-9 batters, with singles to start off this 3rd inning. Nice to get that win in game 1. You pitched well. Wild pitch scored 1 run, and Air scored the other 1, but you had to feel good when Jonathan and Clayton came up with those big hits in the 7th inning.
Yeah, for sure. Especially when Clayton came up. He wasn't having a good day so far, but he's hitting 400-something on the year. He's been our best hitter, so the odds were in our favor. He was bound to get one, and we were all pumped because we knew it was coming, and it fell, and it went our way.
Nice to get that win after the 3 losses at Hayesville over the weekend.
Yeah, definitely. That was a big win, and we need to bounce back and get another one right here too.
Well, fun to visit with you. Congrats on your performance. Outstanding night for you, and look forward to a continued success for you. And nice to visit with you for a few moments.
Awesome. Thank you for having me.
Chris McKeon. Now, is it right? McKeon?
Yes, either way. McKehan. It's actually McKehan, but most people say McKeon, so I've gotten used to both of them.
All right. I start with McKehan, and then I get complacent with McKeon, and I want to make sure I'm getting right. So it's McKehan.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Both of them are good. Thank you again for having me.
You're welcome. All right. And you can go back, watch the game. You can listen to the interview here on YouTube. It'll be archived. Chris McKehan joining us here. Always fun to steal a few of these Broncos when they're really unsuspecting that I'd like to get them on the air. Clayton Dalrymple lifts one to right field. That's foul. And strike 1. So back to play-by-play. We're in the bottom of the 3rd inning. No score. Woodkey with a leadoff single. Then Kasser connects on a hit and run. The Broncos have something cooking here in the 3rd. 1st and 2nd with their leading hitter, Clayton Dalrymple, at the plate. Dalrymple with a 1-ball, 1-strike count against Anthony Canapeel. He squared the first time, then he swung. What's he going to do? The first baseman creeping in. Dalrymple bunting, bunts it towards 3rd. This could be trouble. Dalrymple will have a base hit. Well-executed bunt. It was a sac bunt, but you know what? It'll go down as a base hit for Dalrymple. Nothing Canapeel could do. He faked a throw, hoping that maybe Woodkey would drift off 3rd base. He did not, and now the Broncos have him loaded with Wade Hanna coming up. Hannah with a sacrifice bunt back in the first inning. Bases loaded, nobody out. The Heat will play their, looks like they're going to play the corners in, the middle infielders back. They'll try to get a double play. If it's hit the shorter second, they'll concede a run. Kane Appeal winds and deals, and the first pitch in there for strike one. Wade Hanna was tied with Dalrymple, hitting .417 coming into these games tonight. No balls and a strike. And the pitch, Hanna bounces it to second base. They'll get one at second, over to first, not in time. Oh! They called him out. I try not to be biased. I watched his his foot hit the base, and then I saw Kranick catch it. It looked like an easy, safe call, but they rung him up. So the run scores. It's a 4-6-3 double play. Credit the Heat for making it that close and getting the call. Woodkey scores. Kasser's over to third. And now 2 away. That's a huge double play for Wellington, but the Broncos grab a 1-0 lead. And now Matt Holcomb at the bat for the Broncos. Chris McKeehan, teammates with Holcomb at Howard Junior College. Told us that Matt is signed to go to Louisiana Tech next year. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Well, if the Heat escape this with just 1 run given up, they will count that as a win for sure. Bases loaded, no one out. Holcomb will try to plate in that second run for El Dorado, but he's down in the count 0-2. And this one low, and a nice job by Austin North. Boy, really slid his feet out and got in front of that baseball to block it. Kasser down at third base. 1 ball and 2 strikes, 1-0 El Dorado here in the bottom of the third inning. And the pitch, Holcomb lifts it out to right field, and it's down, a base hit. Holcomb will round first on his way to second. He will hold up there, an RBI double, a diving effort by Matt Heck, but he came up short. So an RBI double. And the 8-9 batters, Woodkey and Kasser, who led off this inning with back-to-back singles, both score, and it's 2-0 El Dorado. And here's Elijah Christensen, struck out on a questionable call in the first inning. But credit Elijah, he didn't really argue it. You always want to, but it never does any good. It's not like they're going to change the call back just because you're arguing. Holcomb dives back to second as Mosseth snuck in there trying to pick him off. Thank you, guys. So, still no count here yet on Elijah Christensen from Tarleton State. Brad Christensen watching in tonight, I'm sure. Anxious here, would love to see his son get a base hit. 2-0 Broncos, bottom of the third inning. 7-inning game again. This is a doubleheader. Game 2 of the doubleheader. And the pitch in, and that one's low, ball 2. So 2-1 now to Christensen. Eberhardt waits on deck. 2-0, they say. 2 balls and no strikes, I should say. Kane Appeal's got his sign from the stretch and the pitch, and that one's off the plate, ball 3. So 3 balls and no strikes. As I said, Jonathan Eberhardt waiting on deck for the Broncos. Singles by Woodkey and Kasser and Dalrymple. A 4-6-3 double play scored 1, and then a Holcomb double scored another. Christensen, green light on 3-0, swing and a miss. Why not? Big time hitter, 3-0 count, 2 away. Gave him the green light, missed it. Now still way ahead. 3 balls and a strike to Christensen. Open stance for Elijah. And the pitch in there for strike 2. 3 balls and 2 strikes. That was a close. Certainly, Canapeel didn't give in at 3-1. He threw a quality pitch there. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. Holcomb down at second. Here's the pitch. And a check swing. And they'll say no swing this time. I think he went more that time than he did the first time, but it all evens out, I guess, in baseball. So a walk to Christensen. And here's Eberhardt. Jonathan struck out in the second inning. Bats with runners at first and second with 2 away here in the third. 2-0 El Dorado. And Canapeel starts him off, strike 1. The Heat, with that loss in game 1, now are tied with Hayesville for first in the Jayhawks South League. Hayesville's 12-9, Wellington's 11-8. So in percentage points, I'm sure we'll go one way or the other. But they're basically in a tie right now for first. So Hayesville, after knocking off El Dorado 3 times this weekend, now turns into Bronco fans for tonight's doubleheader. El Dorado's 11-8 now, 3 games behind Liberal. Holcomb gets back to second. Really didn't have much of a lead there. And Mosseth wants to come and talk to Canapeel. I think they were mixed up a little bit on their signs. 1 ball and 1 strike to Jonathan Eberhardt. Eberhardt at .362 on the season. Started off just red hot, went into a real funk. Saw that average dip below 240, 230 down in there. And now he's got it back up to .362 after that 7-game road trip. He's way out in front of that off-speed pitch, strike 2. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Eberhardt. Waiting on deck, Tyler Sutherland. Again, the defense pretty much straight away for Eberhardt. And the pitch from Canapeel, and he goes with the curveball, and Eberhardt able to foul it off, and somehow that ball landed right between 2 cars in the parking lot. I don't know if you could have placed it any better there. So a ball and 2 strikes. Leal, Kranick, and Rader will be the scheduled 3 for Wellington when they bat in the 4th inning. And the pitch to Eberhardt got under it. That's going to stay in play. First baseman Kranick in foul territory will retire Eberhardt. But the Broncos get on the board twice here in the third. We'll head to the 4th inning. El Dorado 2, Wellington 0. Back in a moment here from El Dorado. So welcome back. We head to the 4th inning. Broncos lead 2-0. Christian Leal will lead it off for Wellington here in the 4th inning. So glad to have so many people watching tonight. We always have good followers when these 2 teams play. Colt Weiner starts his fourth inning of work. He's been very sharp through the first three. He hasn't allowed a hit, just a couple of walks given up by Colt. First pitch is outside, ball one. Weiner on the corner. Nope, ball two. May have been low. Looked like he had the plate. 2 balls and no strikes. Colt Weiner to Christian Leal, who walked in the first inning. And here's one just nope, that's in there for a strike. 2 balls and a strike. And the 2-1 curveball in there for strike 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Freddy's Frozen Custard here in El Dorado, the game sponsor. And that's quickly become my favorite when they sponsor the games. Last year, my son Avery and I, who did the games, yeah, we enjoyed our custard from Freddy's, and I had enjoyed tonight's without him, but it was still mighty tasty. Terrific support here in El Dorado. Businesses, game sponsors, so important for this to survive. And the community really does a nice job here supporting El Dorado. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lee and Weiner had a lengthy visit out at the mound, and now they're ready for the 2-2 pitch to the leadoff batter, Christian Leal. And it's in there for a swinging strike 3. Second strikeout victim of the night for Colt Weiner. And now Austin Kranick will come up there. Kranick from Grayson Community College. And again, Lee and Weiner talking. Fun night here at the yard. Got to visit with Zach Beery, the El Dorado pitching coach, Chris McKeehan, who was the Game 1 winner. And the Broncos got an exciting final at-bat win after trailing the entire game. First pitch in there, fastball strike on the inside half to Kranick. Kranick flew out to left field his first time. He is 0 for 1. And the pitch from Weiner, that's low, ball 1. Kranick was 1 for 3 in Game 1, a double in the first inning, followed by a ground out and a fly up. 0 for 1 here in Game 2. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 away in the top of the 4th inning. And Weiner inside, ball 2. Weiner from Butler County Community College, right here in El Dorado. Hometown is McKinney, Texas. Here's the 2-1. Skied a mile high. Woodkey and Kasser out there. Kasser takes control and makes the catch. 2 away. And here comes Chase Rader. Rader always a tough out. 0 for 3 in Game 1. 0 for 1, a strikeout victim in the first inning here tonight. 2-0 El Dorado, top of the 4th inning. And the pitch from Weiner, and foul ball out of play from Rader. Kyle Lacey waits on deck. Chase Rader from Wichita State University. Here's the 0-1. That's inside, ball 1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Always so fun to see all the rosters for these teams in the Jayhawk Summer League and all the different colleges and universities that they attend. And then they all meet up here in Kansas for baseball for us to enjoy. Weiner is signed to go to Central Oklahoma State. That's in Edmond, Oklahoma next year. And here's a ground ball to third. Christensen snares it, fires over to first, and retires Rader. So we'll head to the bottom of the 4th inning. El Dorado 2, Wellington 0. Back for more in a moment here on YouTube. So we'll head to the bottom of the fourth inning. El Dorado, 2. And the Heat, 0. 6, 7, and 8 in the Bronco lineup. Tyler Sutherland, Noah Lee, and Jake Woodkey. Sutherland, after going 3 for 3 in game 1, grounded out to short in his first at bat. Left-handed batter against Anthony Canapeel. And a swing and a miss. Challenge fastball. Blew it by him. Ball for strike 1. Broncos looking for the sweep, trying to get to 2.5 behind Liberal. Here's the 0-1, and that's a curveball down low. Ball 1. Canapeel winds and deals, and it's in there for strike 2. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Tyler Sutherland from Neosho County Community College, and he lifts one out to left center field. That's a base hit. Sliding down the left fielder, Sutherland never broke stride, and he'll go into second base. A hustle double for Sutherland. Sutherland never broke stride. Left field, Dalton Bernardi kind of slid to make sure that ball didn't get past him. And when he slid for it, Sutherland took off. So Noah Lee comes up with Sutherland down at second base. Chad Gerwick's squad's always aggressive. Meeting at the mound between Orth and Canapeel. Noah Lee visits with Chad Gerwick. Down at second base, Tyler Sutherland. So Noah Lee now gets ready for the Broncos. Noah in his first at bat popped out to the catcher. And he'll square around to bunt. Hard bunt down to third, and unable to make the play will be Chase Rader. So that's got to be an error.
Coming to the plate, your shortstop from Kansas State University, number 29, Jake Woodkey.
Going over to third is Sutherland. Lee really bunted that hard to third to force Rader to field it, and Rader just didn't. So now the runner's at the corners for El Dorado. Jake Woodkey comes up, singled and scored last inning. Jake Woodkey, just 146, but it seems like he hits really well in this park. Here's the pitch in the turf. Boy, Austin Orth, another terrific stop for Wellington. 1 ball and no strikes to Woodkey. Kyle Kasser waits on deck for the Broncos. Two to 0, El Dorado looking to add on here in the fourth inning. And the pitch, Woodkey chops it foul. It's funny seeing Chad Gerwick back in game 1 after so many foul balls were whistled past him in the coaching box. He ended up cabbing closer to the Bronco dugout. But he's back right there between the lines in the coaching box on the third base side. 1 ball and 1 strike to Jake Woodkey. And the pitch. That's high, ball 2. Noah Lee, not really a stolen base threat. You know, Chad Gerwick would love to get him down to second base, try to get out of that double play possibility. Good lead for Lee, and he's off. And Woodkey sprays it foul. Good jump by Noah Lee. But he'll return to first. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Jake Woodkey. Woodkey goes to Kansas State University. And the 2-2 is in the turf for ball 3. So now we'll see what Chad Gerwick wants to do if he wants to get Lee in motion on this 3-2 pitch. Down at third is Tyler Sutherland, who had a hustle double to lead off this inning. Lee reached on an air from Chase Rader. Canapeel will fire over to first. Lee takes 1 step and dives back in. Three balls, 2 strikes. No one away here for El Dorado in the home half of the 4th inning. Lee does not go. Woodkey lifts one out to right field. Well hit, and making the catch, stumbling, was Matt Heck. Tagging and scoring is Sutherland. So a sacrifice fly for Woodkey. Matt Heck going back out in right field. Started stumbling, turned it out to be a really nice catch by the right fielder, Matt Heck. So 1 out. 3-0 El Dorado. Kyle Kasser up there for the Broncos. Singled and scored last inning. And Kasser squares around. Ball 1. Kasser coming into this game, batting .292. Lee with a real good lead now. He stays at first. Kasser swings and fouls it off. 1 ball and 1 strike. The Hayes Larks coming to town. Hayes currently 11-10 in the Jayhawk North. They'll be here Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Hayes 4 games behind Liberal. And in third place. Of course, you can see the standings each day. Go to on the Jayhawk Summer Baseball Facebook page. They post the standings there about every day. 1 ball and 1 strike. Kasser squares and pops it right back here, almost into the booth. That one just got over the back netting and nearly. If I would have had the other window open, I would have had the catch. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Kyle Kasser. Lee with a big lead off of first. Kasser swing and a miss. So Canapeel gets a much needed strikeout. And that's 2 away. And here comes Clayton Dalrymple up.
Number 33, Clayton Dalrymple.
So Clayton Dalrymple hit by a pitch in the 1st inning, singled in the 3rd. Clayton, after making out his first 3 at-bats tonight, got that game-winning single to end game 1, and now he's been on base both times here in game 2. He lifts one out to right field. Heck racing in. Heck couldn't make the catch. Lee is around second to third is Lee, and another single for Clayton Dalrymple. Noah Lee stopped between second and third. I'm not sure why.
Now in the plate, number 18, Wayne.
So Matt Heck has really been tested out in right field tonight. Giving great effort, just has not been able to glove one of those. So Wade Hanna comes up with runners at first and third. I'm not quite sure why Lee wasn't really chugging around there with 2 away here in the 4th. He stopped between second and third. Finally got it back into gear, and Heck threw to third, but Lee was there. Dalrymple would expect him to go with 12 stolen bases on the season. And Canapeel will look him up. He's back in safely. Wade Hanna, a sacrifice bunt in the first inning, hit into a 4-6-3 double play in the third. And the pitch to Hanna, and he's behind and fouls it off. Strike one. 3-5-0 for El Dorado, 0-0-1 for Wellington so far. Canapeel, a long look, and the pitch, and Hanna swing and a miss, strike two. Canapeel showed good life on his fastball. He is challenging the Bronco hitters. Big lead for Clayton over at first base. He stays, though, and the pitch outside, ball one. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Wade Hanna. Matt Holcomb waits on deck for the Broncos. And the pitch, and a curveball, swing and a miss, strike 3, and that ends the inning for El Dorado. But they tack on another one. Tyler Sutherland's leadoff double turns into a run. So we'll head to the 5th inning. El Dorado 3, Wellington 0. Back in a moment here on YouTube. And welcome back. Top of the 5th inning here. Wellington trailing El Dorado 3-0. Lacey, Heck, and Orth, the scheduled 3 for the Heat. Colt Weiner's been stingy to this point. First pitch in there for strike 1. And that pitch sails to the backstop. 1 ball and 1 strike. Weiner in a nice rhythm, really working quickly for El Dorado. Here's the 1-1, swing and a miss, strike 2. One ball and 2 strikes to Kyle Lacey. And the pitch, that's outside. Lacey had a notion of going after it and then pulled back. Two balls and 2 strikes, and the pitch, that's well outside, ball 3. Colt with a jump after the pitch. That did not go where he was intending it to go. So the full count, here's the 3-2, and that one's outside. So ball 4, leadoff walk to Kyle Lacey. Wellington without a hit, but they have taken 3 Colt Weiner walks. So here's Matt Heck, the right fielder, grounded out to shortstop his first time. Heck was the DH last game. He went 1 for 2 with a walk. And he grounds one to first, off of Holcomb and into right field. Heck will go over to second base, and the Heat have runners at second and third. That will be an error on Matt Holcomb. It was hit hard, but right at Holcomb in a play that he probably should have made. He may have just taken his eye off, getting ready to field it and throw it down to second. So now the Heat with something cooking here in the 5th inning, down 3-0. And Noah Lee will walk out. The El Dorado bullpen is quiet. Runners at second and third, a leadoff walk, and then an error. So here's Austin Orth. He grounded out to Elijah Christensen at third base back in the 2nd inning. Wellington looking to get on the scoreboard here. 3-0 El Dorado. And the first pitch, curveball, perfectly done there by Weiner, strike 1. Feel free to drop us an email, cadenbroadcasting@gmail.com. I've had several come in tonight. No balls and a strike to Orth. And the pitch lifted out to right field. That's going to slice foul. Dalrymple gives it a chase, but that one's well out of his reach. So no balls and 2 strikes. Cody Denbest, the DH, stands on deck for Wellington. Weiner's got his sign from Noah Lee. The 0-2. Curveball, and that one's popped up into foul territory. Kasser comes over. He'll take control, and he stumbles a bit, but he corrals it. So a pop out and no advance by the Wellington runners. So now Cody Denbest up there. Denbest walked and was gunned out trying to steal second base in the 3rd inning. From Prairie View A&M is Cody Denbest. Lefty on lefty here. Dalton Bernardi waits on deck for Wellington. 1 away in the 5th. And the first pitch high and away, ball 1. Chad Gerwick got 7 full innings from Chris McKeehan in game 1. He's gotten 4 1/3 solid here from Colt Weiner to this point. Here's the 1-0 curveball in there, strike 1. Boy, oh boy, that curveball is really working for Weiner tonight. 1 ball and 1 strike. Lacey down at third base. He walked. Heck is at second base, reaching on the Matt Holcomb error. And the 1-1. Broken bat, grounded out to second. They'll take the out at first. That'll score Lacey. So an RBI for Denbest. And Bernardi comes up with 2 away in the 5th inning. Bernardi flew out to center field in the 3rd inning. Down at third is Matt Heck. 2 away in the top of the 5th inning. Now 3-1 El Dorado. That bat really shattered on Denbest. Curveball stays outside, ball 1. Bernardi batting Mosseth, the leadoff batter, waits on deck for Wellington. Here's the 1-0. Lifted high in the air, and Kyle Kasser will camp under this one. And that's the third out of the inning. So second and third, no outs, and just one run scores. Pretty good damage control by Colt Weiner. We head to the bottom of the fifth inning. El Dorado 3, Wellington 1. Back in a moment on YouTube. So the Broncos leading 3-1. Game 2 of a doubleheader. Game 1 went to El Dorado in dramatic fashion. A 2-run bottom of the seventh inning gave the Broncos a 3-2 win. They lead here 3-1 in the home half of the fifth inning, and 3-4-5 due up for El Dorado. Holcomb, Christensen, and Eberhardt. Matt Holcomb flew out to right and doubled. 1 for 2 here in game 2. And he'll look at ball 1. Game 1, Holcomb went 1 for 3 with a run scored. And Matt wants to get a little stuff on his bat. Trying to make his hands a little stickier there. So Matt Holcomb ready. Matt out of Howard Junior College, headed to Louisiana Tech next year. And he'll look at the fastball, strike 1. Don't think Matt loved that call. 1 ball and 1 strike. Kane Appeal winds and deals the pitch. Ball 2 looked about the same spot as the last one. Anthony Kane Appeal pitching out of Northwest Missouri State. Wellington has activity in their bullpen. And here's the 2-1. Swing and a miss, strike 2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Matt Holcomb. Matt came into the doubleheader tonight batting .355. Here's the 2-2. Curveball, and they're going to say went. So a strikeout of Holcomb, and here comes Elijah Christensen. Elijah struck out in the first inning. He walked in the third inning. 1 away in the bottom half of the fifth inning. El Dorado leading Wellington 3-1. And a first pitch curveball in there for strike 1 for Kane Appeal. Right-handed pitcher, right-handed batter. And that one stays upstairs, ball one. Cane appeal, and I'm sure I know it's a little tough to see on the webcast picture, but he gets a sign and he takes a step forward. And then he kind of delays there for a minute, and then he starts up, and Christensen with a line drive to right field for a base hit. Went with the pitch, thrown on the outside. He lined it out to right field. So here's Jonathan Eberhardt. Eberhardt 0 for 2. Eberhardt had the game-tying hit that scored Sutherland in the 7th inning of Game 1. He's 0 for 2 here in Game 2. Christensen, modest lead off of first. Eberhardt looks to bunt for a single. Christensen was off the base and gets picked off of first base. Good quick throw down there by Orth. So no balls and a strike. Now 2 away for El Dorado here in the 5th inning. And Eberhardt swinging a miss. Strike 2. So no balls and 2 strikes to the Kentucky Wesleyan player, Jonathan Eberhardt. And he laces one into left center field. That'll split the outfielders. Eberhardt's around first, on his way to second. He's got a notion for third, but he'll hold up there at second. A 2-out double for Jonathan Eberhardt. So now Tyler Sutherland will see if he can deliver Eberhardt here and get the Broncos another run. Sutherland with that hustle double back in the 4th inning. He eventually scored. He also grounded out to short. 1 for 2 for Sutherland. Jonathan Eberhardt lacing a double to left center field. So he's down at second base. First pitch outside, ball 1 to Sutherland. Noah Lee waits on deck. Seventh hit of the night for El Dorado on that double by Eberhardt. And Sutherland grounds one to first, fielded there by Kranick, and he'll take it himself to retire Sutherland and the Broncos. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, 1 left. We head to the 6th inning. El Dorado 3, Wellington 1. And welcome back. Let's head to the 6th inning here. The Broncos are on top of the heat, 3-1. El Dorado winning Game 1 tonight, 3-2. Looking for a doubleheader sweep. Top of the order for Wellington here in the 6th inning. Ben Mosseth He was the leadoff batter in game one. He's had a kind of a rough night. 0 for 2 with a walk in game one. He's 0 for 2 here in game two. Mosseth, Leal, and Kranick. Weiner's first pitch blasted out to center field. Wade Hanna giving chase. He's got himself under it, and he's got the catch. One away. Good wood put on it there by Mosseth, but Wade Hanna's got great speed out in center field. So here's Christian Leal, a walk in the first inning. He struck out in the fourth. Top of the sixth inning, 3-1 El Dorado. Here's Colt Weiner's pitch. Slow curve ends up outside, ball one. The 1-0 on the corner for strike one. Leal from Grand Canyon University. Bats left, throws right. Here's the 1-1. Curveball inside half, strike two. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Leal. Quickly working is Weiner, and that one bounds outside, ball two. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The 2-2, high and away, ball 3. Weiner has walked 3 Heat batters tonight. Here's the 3-2. And swinging and fouling it off is Leal. Broncos shade him to go the other way. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch from Weiner, fastball, fouled off. We'll do it again. Weiner's got his sign from Lee. Lefty on his way to Central Oklahoma State. Winds and deals. Here's the 3-2. And he hit him. Tried to throw the curveball and it didn't take. So Leal is on with a hit by pitch. Took that in the shoulder. And Kranick will come up there. Kranick 0 for 2. And now some activity down in the El Dorado bullpen. And the pitch from Weiner, fouled off, fastball, fouled off, straight back. Strike one to Kranick. Kranick from Grayson Community College. And the 0-1 stays outside, ball one. So a ball and a strike to Kranick. Chase Rader waits on deck. Dangerous Wellington hitters up right now. Kranick, curveball again, stays outside, ball two. That curveball just hasn't been as sharp this inning as it has been throughout the night for Colt Weiner. Two balls and 1 strike to Kranick. And the pitch, fastball high, ball 3. Noah Lee will walk out and visit with Colt Weiner, who's pitched a beauty to this point. Retired Mosseth, who hit it well out to center field, hit Leal, and now Kranick's looking at a 3-1 count. Three to 1, El Dorado, top half of the 6th inning of this 7-inning game. Off of first is Leal, and Kranick got a good pitch to hit, but he fouled it off. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Now what is Wellington? Do they want to put Leal in motion? Full count to Kranick. And the pitch just low. Waited for the call from the umpire. Weiner didn't get it, so a hit batter and a walk. So Chase Rader comes up as things start to get a little more interesting here at El Dorado. Rader 0 for 2, a strikeout and a ground out. Kasser will try to keep Leal close at second. Here's the pitch from Weiner. Curveball inside, ball 1. Chase Rader from Wichita State University. And the 1-0. Grounded to short, and Woodkey makes a nice stop. That'll be the first hit of the game for the Heat. No play for Woodkey to make, and now the bases are loaded. The first hit. Great diving play there by Woodkey. Just had nowhere to go. And now Zach Beery is going to walk out and talk to his pitcher. Kyle Lacey, speedy guy, plays center field, runs everything hard. He's 0 for 1, grounded out. He walked and scored in the 5th. Lacey out of Oklahoma Christian University. Broncos and Larks all weekend long, and if you can't make it out, we'll have all the games for you here on YouTube. 7 o'clock starts Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. All of these games are archived, so you can go back and watch them as much as you like. So a big moment of this game. Bases loaded, 1 out. Kyle Lacey up there. Colt Weiner starting to labor a bit. Ball 1. Mosseth flew out to center, then a hit batter of Leal. He's at third. Kranick walked. He's at second, and an infield single for Chase Rader. Weiner winds and deals, and that one stays upstairs. Ball 2. So 2 balls and no strikes now to Lacey. He can really look for his pitch as he takes control of this at bat. 2-0 from Weiner. That's outside, ball 3. Three and 0 to Kyle Lacey. And the pitch, that's in there for strike 1. Grooved it in there. Taking all the way was Lacey. Three balls and a strike. Weiner winds and deals. That's upstairs, and he walked one in. So an RBI for Lacey, his second straight walk tonight. And Zach Beery coming back out. Well, Colt Weiner really pitched a nice game. He is responsible for all 3 out on the base pads. We'll give you the new pitcher in a minute. 3-2, El Dorado. Back in a moment here on YouTube. So a pretty good night for Colt Weiner. He goes 5 1/3 innings, gave up just 1 hit, and that was an infield hit, but he did walk 5 tonight. He struck out 2, hit 1 batter. And the runners on base are his responsibility. Base is loaded for Wellington. The Wellington bats have been somewhat quiet tonight. 4 hits in the first game, and there were 2 runs scored, 1 on an error, 1 on a wild pitch. This is their best scoring opportunity of the night. 1 in, 3-2, El Dorado. Derek Feige into the game for El Dorado. Feige's got his sign. And the pitch hit to third. Recording the out at third was Christensen. He throws it home to Lee, and they get Kranick at the plate. 1 pitch, and Matt Heck grounds into a double play. That double play goes 5 unassisted to 2. A 5-2 double play induced by Feige, and the Broncos are out of the inning. 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, 2 left. We head to the bottom of the 6th inning. El Dorado 3, Wellington 2. Back in a moment on YouTube. So Noah Lee will lead it off for El Dorado here in the bottom of the 6th inning. A 5 unassisted to 2 double play turned by the Broncos to get out of a bases loaded 1 out jam. What a play by, Feige started it. Christensen with the tag and the throw home. Lee grounds out to the first baseman to lead off the 6th inning. So Jake Woodkey comes up. Ruben Rincon now pitching for Wellington. He's out of Grand Canyon University, and he's a good one. Canapeel went 5 innings, gave up 3 runs on 7 hits. Jake Woodkey with a single tonight and a sacrifice fly. Canapeel walked 1, and he recorded 5 strikeouts. Not a bad night by Canapeel. So 1 away in the home half of the 6th. Woodkey squares around and looks at strike 1. No balls and a strike to Jake Woodkey, the shortstop. And ball 1, Rincon well outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Wellington will have 7, 8, 9 in the top half of the 7th inning. Fastball, and Woodkey's behind. Ball 2, or strike 2, I should say. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Three to 2. Broncos lead. Wellington has scored single runs in each of the last 2 innings. Rincon goes off speed, stays up high, ball 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Jake Woodkey. 7, 8, 9 here for El Dorado in the bottom of the 6th inning. And that pitch outside, ball 3. Jake Woodkey from Shawnee, Kansas. Here's the 3-2, and he hits one into the hole. Mosseth gloves it, fires over to first. What an arm from Mosseth to retire Woodkey. That was a quick exchange by Mosseth in the hole. He gloved it and quickly threw it, and he had plenty on it. So 2 away. And here's Kyle Kasser, the Oregon Duck. Kasser 1 for 2, a single and a run scored in the 3rd inning. He struck out in the 4th inning. 3, 7, and 1 for El Dorado. 2, 1, and 1 for Wellington. Kasser looks at strike 1. Here's the 0-1 from Rincon. That one stays inside, ball 1. Two away in the 6th, and Kasser didn't get all of it, and that's looped to Mosseth, and he ranges out into short center field to make the catch. So we'll go to the 7th inning. Broncos leading 3-2. You're watching and listening to El Dorado Bronco Baseball here on YouTube. So the Broncos looking for a sweep, and if they do so, they'll do it by the exact same score. They won game 1, 3-2, trying to win game 2, 3-2. Derek Feige out of South Dakota State pitched 1 ball in the 6th inning and induced a double play. So now Austin Orth will lead it off for Wellington in the top half of the 7th inning. Feige with a 4.82 ERA coming in. And the first pitch fouled out of play, strike 1. Feige's gone 9 2/3, 8 walks, 7 strikeouts. Told me he's been getting batters in 0-2, 1-2 holes. Just can't, he hasn't been able to finish him off. He's working on that strikeout pitch. This one stays inside. Getting out of the way was Orth. 1 ball and 1 strike. Feige's got his sign from Noah Lee. Winds and deals. The pitch high. 2 balls and a strike. Feige 0-1 on the season with 3 saves. This is a save situation. 2 balls and a strike. to Austin Orth. He's 0 for 2 tonight. And that pitch in there for strike 2. Kind of buckled Austin's legs there. Couldn't get the bat off his shoulders there. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Orth, Denbest, and Bernardi, the scheduled 3 for Wellington here in the 7th inning. The 2-2 pitch from Feige, fouled off. El Dorado scored 2 in the 3rd, 1 in the 4th. Wellington countered with 1 in the 5th and 1 in the 6th. Could have been a lot worse in the 6th for the Broncos. Two-two count on Austin Orth. And he'll step out for time. Orth out of Oklahoma Christian University. He's caught a nice ball game tonight. The 2-2 pitch from Feige. Winds and deals. Curveball way up high. Ball 3. Lee made a great effort to catch that one. So 3-2. A lot of 3-2 counts here in the last 3 or 4 innings for Wellington. Weiner threw no-hit ball through 5 1/3 innings tonight. Feige's pitch lifted out to center field. That'll land in for a single, and a good start for Wellington. Austin Orth with a leadoff single. Didn't quite square that one up. Certainly strong enough to muscle it out to center field. So a pinch runner now comes in for Orth, and that will be Austin Ingram. Or Ingraham. So now Denbest up there in a bunt situation. He walked, picked off, stealing second, trying to steal second, and then grounded out to second. It was an RBI ground out in the 5th inning. Christensen leaning in at third. Denbest against Feige. And he squares around, and that bunt into the air, but no chance for Noah Lee. Kind of ran into Denbest, comes back and pats him on the helmet. Didn't mean to try to go through him there. No balls and a strike. 3-2 El Dorado here in the top of the 7th inning. A loss from the Heat would knock them out of first place. Hayesville would take over first place if the Broncos can hang on here. Denbest already squared around, and the pitch is up and in. He's going to lay it down anyway and throw over to Kasser covering. So Denbest bunted a very difficult pitch there. Down to second base is Ingram, Ingraham, from North Central Texas Community College. So here's Dalton Bernardi, 2 flyouts in this game. He's 0 for 2. Tying run down at second base is Austin Ingraham. One away in the 7th inning. Right-handed batter is Bernardi, and the pitch from Feige is started foul. It comes back fair, and Holcomb's got it to retire Bernardi. Ingraham advances to third, but now there's 2 away. That had some funky spin on it. That started a foot or 2 foul and then came right back into fair territory. So 2 away in the 7th inning. Noah Lee's going to walk out along with the umpire. Maybe to look at the ball. So here's the leadoff batter, Ben Mosseth. Mosseth 0 for 3, a ground out to short, flew out to right, and flew out to center. His last at bat, he tagged one pretty well, but Wade Hanna ran under it to make the catch in center field. Left-handed batter is Mosseth. 2 away in the 7th. Feige winds and deals. That one's low, ball 1. Mosseth from Grand Canyon University. On deck is Christian Leal. Here's the 1-0. Hit out to second. Cass's got it. And the Broncos have the double-header sweep. 3-2, the final score. Mosseth hit it pretty good, not completely square, but soft line drive, and Kyle Kasser grabs it. And the El Dorado Broncos win. They move to 12-8 in league play, and they make up one full game on Liberal tonight. And so now El Dorado is 2.5 behind the Liberal BJs. The Wellington Heat dropped to 11-9, and they slipped to a half game behind Hayesville in the Jayhawk South Division. Now these teams, if it matters for either side, they do have one more game to make up. If it doesn't matter, they will not make it up. But 2 tight ones here tonight. Good pitching from El Dorado. They went with a couple of relievers tonight as starters. Chris McKeehan went 7 full in the first game and won it. And here in the second game, Colt Weiner gave Chad Gerwick 5 1/3 innings. Derek Feige with a 5-out save tonight as he goes 1 2/3 innings. So the winning pitcher for the Broncos is Colt Weiner. Anthony Canapeel gets the loss, and Derek Feige the save. Game time for this second game was 1 hour and 53 minutes. And the Broncos win both games by a score of 3-2. Hope you enjoyed tonight's broadcast. Appreciate all the emails. And we will take a couple days off. And then the Hayes Larks come to town Thursday through Sunday. All 4 games are 7 o'clock starts. We'll have all the games for you here. Of course, we'd love to see you out here at McDonald Stadium. But if you cannot make it, be sure to tune in. And we'll have the coverage starting with that series on Thursday night at about 6:55 p.m. So, hope you enjoyed the broadcast. Kurt Caden bidding you good night from El Dorado.